Chapter 305. To Province. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 305. To Province. Yuezheng. Xiao even sent a letter, telling them how well the lipsticks were selling, asking her how much longer it would be before the next lot of lipsticks was available. He wanted to get as many as he could. Xiao Xian wasn't surprised about the popularly sold lipsticks. She asked Shao Yunduan to write a letter back to Yuezheng Shao, telling him that after 20 days or so, they could come to fetch the lipsticks again, which should be around 500 or 600 in total. She further asked him to mention that the tea mountains had been found and the leaves should be transplanted by the end of this year, around New Year. In autumn next year or so, they would get some amount of tea leaves to be given to him, but he still needed to find a proper processor. Xiao Xian smiled. We will definitely have some amount of tea next year, and the tea trees in the mountains should not be touched, but we can pick some when we go to the mountains next. She had her superpower and could make sure the tea trees lived on after being moved. But the trees had been in the mountains for so many years and they didn't need to transplant them. They were born and grew in the mountains, and they might produce better quality leaves there itself. Shao Yunduan agreed and smiled. Okay, that is good. Should I tell him about the mushrooms? The shiitakes and wooden ears had started to grow very fast. There were not many snow fungus but were still growing vividly. There were not many wild, growing snow fungus and Xiao Xian decided not to find any more. She decided to breed some on her own for the moment. She smiled. You can remind him that the purchase should be done by the end of this year. She further added. We would need some more laborers to work on our tea mountains. Uncle Erju and the Zhou family might not be enough. What about getting some more staff? Shao Yunduan thought. I don't think we can find any suitable ones in the town. The town was so small and very few laborers were available. The rich families only hired contractors. In big towns, there were endless business people and rich families who required such staff. There was almost no department to recruit such staff. Some people were working part-time, who worked on occasions. She decided to get someone from the province, and pay the middlemen. More importantly, Shao Yunduan also hoped that their purchase of staff would not be revealed to the Qjao family, so that was another trouble. Not everyone had a tight mouth. Xiao Xian agreed. The town was too small to meet every need. Oh man, she had become so arrogant as to not like the town anymore. Suddenly, Xiao Xian smiled. Darling, what about we travel to the province? You can tell young Master Yuezheng that when he sends someone to fetch the lipsticks, we would like to tag along. It must be bustling in the province and many more things are available there. Let's see if we can get some appropriate laborers ourselves. You can buy some books as well and visit the famous colleges in the province and exchange opinions with them. Sounds good? Shao Yunduan was startled. But after a moment, he was quite motivated. He also sensed that those people at Minghua College were not on the same level as he was. But the province was different. There were always better people outside. Maybe the trip would help him become better. Darling, let's just go there. Xiao Xian tugged his arms and coaxed him happily. You are going there in the future to attend the examination, and we can visit the place first to check it out. Announcement: we are moving box novel. Com to bro novel. Com, please bookmark our new site. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 306. Lipsticks again. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 306. Lipsticks again. Shao Yunduan flushed as he felt her tugging. He got a bit absent-minded but did not dare to show his reaction, fearing that he would cause embarrassment. He tried to suppress his facial expression. After a moment, he could not help but smile. Shao Yunduan simply could not turn down any of her requests, especially when she was smiling at him like this. He intended to say that he would think about it, but soon he changed his mind and answered. Okay, we can go there. Okay. Xiao Xian was delighted. Young Master Yuezheng and young Master Xia must know a lot about the province, and we don't need to worry about troubling them. We can ask them what colleges they know and we can visit the scholars too. That is the most urgent task. Shao Yunduan felt so moved as he saw that she was considering him above everything else. He smiled gently. We won't be able to go to the province often, so you can also think about what you need to buy and make a comprehensive list. Qiao Xian smiled and nodded. She also told Shao Yunduan that maybe they could bring Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao along as well. They should go and visit the outside world too. Most importantly, Qiao Xian had made up her mind to train Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao to become her helpers. She was teaching them how to read and wanted them to go out and have a look at the outside world. Shao Yunduan did not object. In this way, he could visit the local scholars and colleges at ease, while Qiao Xian would have someone with her when he was gone. Don't tell the others in the family about it yet. We will inform them when we leave. Shao Yunduan added. Qiao Xian smiled. Of course. They did not want the news to be spread across the village and cause gossip. Also, Shao Sanlang and Yang Xiaoni would want to join them as well, and that would trouble them a great deal. Qiao Xian believed that they would have a chance to visit the province again, with everyone in the family, including her mother-in-law. But not right now. When the decision was made, Qiao Xian decided to visit the mountains during the next 2 days to see if there were any expensive herbs to take along, as she would pick some Ganodermas from her space, if nothing valuable was found. She decided not to touch what was in the space, in case the magic would disappear. She needed to support the space so that it could upgrade and help her gain some more abilities. The roses were blooming vividly. Red and rosy were the biggest colors with the biggest size. Some pink ones were not so large, but they were many in number. There were some other colors, including apricorn red, orange, purple and light yellow. Qiao Xian asked for the red and rosy ones to be picked, so each one could be put into different bags in case they got mixed. Actually, if they blended the colors, new colors could be produced. But they needed repeated experiments to find the best colors. That would require a lot of time and energy, which was not something Qiao Xian had currently. When she found the time, she would get Shao Taotao to do that together with her. She planned to get even more abundant colors. After 4 busy days, their work was paused as they waited for another patch of flowers to bloom. Ms. Su and the others were resting at home, whilst Qiao Xian and Qi as well as Taotao went into the mountains. Announcement: We are moving box novel. Com to Bro novel. Com, please bookmark our new site. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 307, Tagging along as expected. Shao Sanlang and Yang Xiaoni also wanted to tag along. The group had become much bigger than estimated. However, the second section of the family, for some reason, got to know about their trip to the mountain. They came to them and said to Shao Xiaoqi, Qi, you can take your cousins to the mountains as well? They can be of some help. Ms. Qiao, Ms. Yang and Taotao don't have to be with you guys. Women are always creating trouble in the mountains. Qiao Xian. Shao Zioqi's face sank and he turned to look at Qiao Xian subconsciously. Miss Feng also frowned involuntarily. They are just having fun in the mountains, not doing anything. What are your sons tagging along for? Eldest sister-in-law, you are so stingy. Why not take my sons to earn some money too? We can find some honey and get some pocket money as well, eldest uncle added. Qi, just take your second brother and fourth brother with you. They can help. Shao Xiaoqi wasn't pleased after hearing this. He did not want to take them at all. But it looked as if they were going to come along. They would follow them in secret even if they were not taken along. Qiao Xian said, if you want to tag along, we can go together. But the deal is that we don't promise to get anything. Also, you are older than us, and you need to do some more hard work. Okay then, if anything good comes up, Qi will take the biggest portion, and the rest will be shared among us. Second uncle wasn't pleased after listening to that. Miss Fong snorted. You don't have to go if you aren't happy about it. Second uncle did not dare to say anything more. All right. Qiao Xian smiled. Let's go. It is getting late. Second uncle added. Ms. Qjao, Ms. Yang, what are you doing by tagging along? You can just stay at home. It is not easy to walk in the mountains. Won't you slow them down? The fewer people there were, the bigger the share would be. He even told his sons to concentrate on how to get the honey and grab it, as well as learn how Xiaoqi got the other things, so that they could go there alone in the future. Before Ms. Fong and Ms. Qiao said anything, Xiaoqi said unhappily, if the fifth sister-in-law is coming, I will go. If she stays, I stay too. Second uncle. Xiao Xian became cheerful. Qi, you are a good boy. Xiaoqi smiled bashfully after hearing the compliments. Second uncle got annoyed. What are you saying? Xiaoqi turned his head. You heard what I said. Eldest uncle frowned. Qi, don't be so unruly. Miss Fong chimed in. Forget about the trip today. Qi said, okay. But Xiao Xilang got anxious. Eldest aunt, Qi, don't be angry, let's all go together, alright? Dad, just save your breath. Second uncle. They should not get impulsive and irritate the eldest aunt. In the end, they all headed out. Xiao Yunduan had not planned upon joining them, but seeing what happened, he went along. He needed to protect Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian wanted to try her luck in finding precious medicinal herbs such as Ganoderma lucidum, or China root, or Solomon seals. She also wanted to see if she could come across some snow fungus, so she decided to visit a new area that she had never been to before. The first section of the family were already used to the path, but Xiao Erlang and Xiao Xilang were not. Chapter 308. Walking around the first section of the family were already used to the path, but Xiao Erlang and Xiao Xilang were not. Especially when there was no proper road, they would need to open the path by themselves. Where are we going? They were rural people who grew up in the mountains, but they barely came to this kind of wild place. So, they were not very used to Xiaoqi said, we are just walking around. What? Xiao Erlang's eyes opened wide. Aren't we seeking honey? Xiao Xilang nodded as well. Of course not. Xiaoqi added. We are just taking a walk. What? Xiao Erlang and Xiao Xilang looked at each other and became anxious, especially when they saw how calm the others were. Qi, let's just find some honey. There are so many weeds and vines here and the road isn't very smooth. Think about your sisters-in-law and sisters. They will trip over or stumble. Yang Xiaoni immediately refuted him. Second cousin, don't be silly. We have been here many times and we have never fallen or gotten hurt. Xiao Yunduan. Honey isn't so easy to find, it depends mainly on luck. Qiao Xian said, yeah, this is what our trip is always like. Darling, look at the mushrooms. Qiao Xian cheered as she pointed at the left side. There were many penny buns there. Those were delicious things, and everyone from the first section of the family looked excited. They got to know quite a lot of varieties of mushrooms, thanks to Qiao Xian. They understood that these penny buns were not only beautiful but also quite tasty. These were rare things. They were getting precious things early on this day. I will go and pick them. Me too. Qi and Tao Tao went to fetch the mushrooms cheerfully. Xiao Erlang and Xiao Xilang could not help but roll their eyes, thinking that those people were so shallow-sighted. Those were just mushrooms. What were they getting so excited for? Xiao Xilang even added. Brother third and brother fifth, what are you standing here for? We are deep inside a forest and many snakes have climbed over them before. We can't pick these mushrooms. What if they kill us? Stop it, you. Xiao Sanlang said unhappily, we like eating mushrooms. Yang Xiaoni added. True, you know nothing. Seeing that none of them supported him, Xiao Xilang snorted and said nothing. It would serve them right, if any accident happened. In this way, they walked and stopped, got some mushrooms whilst Shao Xiaoqi caught 2 wild roosters. Qiao Xian got some nice china roots in the pine forests, but after that they got nothing else. Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang got quite anxious. They did not recognize china roots and did not know that it was a good thing. They thought that these were just wild plants like yams, nothing interesting. They were only greedy for honey. Qi, where can we find honey? Take us there. Shao Xiaoqi felt speechless. How could they find honey so easily? Most of the time, it was the 5th sister-in-law who helped them find it, but he would not say it out loud. He believed that the 5th sister-in-law was thinking the same as he was. She did not want to take them there. It depends on luck. We are looking for it. Shao Xiaoqi said. Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang suspected that Shao Xiaoqi was lying, but they had no proof for that, thus could not counter him. Qiao Xian said, "It will be lunchtime soon, let's take a break and eat something. There is spring water here and we can continue after eating something first." Chapter 309, found it everyone agreed with what Qiao Xian said. As it is, Shao Erlang and his brother's opinions did not matter. They could go about themselves, if they were not convinced. Qi, you can divide the work among everyone. There are many yams over there, we can get some and roast 1 rooster for lunch. Okay, 5th sister-in-law. Hearing that they had 1 wild rooster to eat for lunch, Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang were delighted. They had not eaten a wild rooster for ages. They had not gotten much from the first section of the family recently, so they could not counter Qiao Xian when she proposed this. Shao Erlang said, "I am so tired. What about me roasting the wild rooster, and you can go and find some wood? Brother third, you can do some other work as well." Qiao Xian said straightforwardly, "Second cousin, Qi is familiar with the mountains and it depends on him as to what we should do. We agreed on this, right? Qi should do the roasting and he is really good at it." Everyone from the first section of the family chuckled and nodded in agreement. "You are the best chef here," everyone said so inwardly. But they did not say that out loud. After all, they did not want her to cook for people outside the family. Shao Xiaoqi said, "Second cousin, I can roast the rooster, and 4th cousin goes to find the wood, whilst you and 3rd brother can find yams over there. I and Tao Tao will wash and peel the rooster." Shao Erlang could not counter him, but Shao Xilang asked, "What about 5th sister-in-law and 5th brother?" Shao Xiaoqi replied with confidence. 5th brother is cultivated talent, and 5th sister-in-law is a noble lady. They don't need to do anything. 3rd sister-in-law can help with starting the fire. Young Xiaoni nodded with a smile. "I can do that, no problem." The others agreed. Shao Sanlang and Shao Erlang went to get the yams whilst Shao Xilang had no choice but to grab the wood. Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan were both on the verge of laughing. Qi was so kind and he made them feel so warm in their hearts. Qiao Xian smiled at Shao Yunduan. "Let's go and take a look, see what wild fruits there are." Shao Yunduan followed her into the mountains. "Did you find anything?" Shao Yunduan asked with a small voice. Startled, Qiao Xian smiled and blinked. "You are smart. I just ran into 2 Ganodermas, so let's go and pick them." "Let's do that." Soon they found the 2 Ganodermas, which were bigger than the palm of a man. The special scent brought their spirit up. The surface was complete, the color was black blended with purple, straight in the stem, looking quite mystic. How beautiful! Qiao Xian could not help but praise the 2 pieces. She felt like not giving them away. However, these could not be put into space since Shao Yunduan already saw it. Then, they could be given to Yuezheng Shao and Xie Jingrong respectively. The 2 of them picked up the plants and wrapped them up with gauze as well as a large patch of leaves, putting them carefully into the basket. As for the wild fruits, they saw a few persimmon trees and wild grapes that climbed up the canopy of the tall trees, but they were not yet ripe. They ate something for lunch, took a nap and then got up. They became quite lazy after lunch, and soon, they headed back home. Chapter 310, Superpower. In the afternoon, Xiaoqi got 2 roosters and 3 pigeon-sized grouses, nothing more. Seeing the shadow in the forest became larger, they realized that it was time to go back home. Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang got quite anxious. They had their eyes widely opened, seeking honey. But honey wasn't so easy to find, even if they made efforts. On their way home, Qiao Xian found a very special-looking orchid in the forest. Orchids grew nicely in the woods. There were patches of such plants everywhere, which were good to decorate the garden, yet worth not that much money. Qiao Xian could tell directly if any special kind was sprouting within. She pretended as if she were picking the mushrooms. She walked over and picked them up. She found a few more of them, and took them all. She placed them in the space without anyone noticing it. Thanks to the superpower, Qiao Xian was not that careful when it came to the dangerous forests. She walked ahead absent-mindedly. Suddenly, she sensed a strong pain on her finger and saw that she had been bitten by a black, large centipede. Her snowy and skinny fingers became swollen and she was in a lot of pain. Qiao Xian's face changed. She had not yet done anything when she sensed that some electrical life stream was going into her fingers as if washing away the dirt. Suddenly, the black blood rushed out and the poison inside her finger went away. A short while later, the swollen part faded away and the pain was suppressed. Only a tiny, narrow red spot of wound was seen, and the stream-like power went all over the body. Qiao Xian looked at her finger in astonishment. She smiled. Good, her superpower knew exactly what it needed to do. How thoughtful. But she wondered if this function of healing could work on others too. Qiao Xian's heart throbbed. She was so excited. She planned to use it on the chicken, ducks and geese at home first. If it worked, it would be so wonderful. Soon after, she went back, smiling at her husband. Darling, it is getting late, what about going back home? Shao Yunduan looked at Xiao Xian, wondering if he could figure something different about his wife. Her eyes were sparkling as if she had run into something cheerful. Was it because they had teased their cousins? Shao Yunduan smiled and found that reasonable. It was the second section of the family who asked for this treatment. Yes, it is getting late, let's go home. Okay, good, let's go home. For dinner. I all nodded in agreement. Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang were not very convinced, but they understood that it would be very dangerous to wander about, when the sunlight went away. So they had to agree in distress. The mushrooms and wild bamboo shoots in the mountains could be seen everywhere. They had enough in their basket on their way home. They had many mushrooms, yams, wild bamboo shoots as well as roots of kudzu vines. Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang were forced to carry them home too. Chapter 311, Not promised. They were not very happy to do the hard work, but if they did not offer help, the first section of the family might leave them halfway. So, they had no choice but to carry the load and walk on. Back at home, they were given 1 rooster and some yams, nothing more. Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang were very disappointed. What they wanted was honey. But as they thought about this, they believed that it was because they were not so lucky today. After all, if honey was so easily seen, the first section of the family might have made a fortune already. But thinking that they had a wild rooster for dinner, the 2 of them still felt quite cheerful when they went home. Chi, are we going tomorrow to find honey? Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang were still quite interested. Shao Xiaoqi turned to look at Xiao Xian subconsciously. Xiao Xian blinked at him and nodded slightly. Shao Xiaoqi smiled. Sure. Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang were excited again. Shao Tao asked. 5th sister-in-law, are we still taking them to the mountains tomorrow? Xiao Xian smiled. We are not going tomorrow. Qi can take them. They love having fun in the mountains, right? They were so shameless after being taken care of by eldest uncle all these years. They knew no rules. Those who had the way of getting rich depended on their own abilities. No one would just come and demand a share. Why would those who knew how to make money take someone else along for a free ride? Everyone smiled after hearing that. Xiaoqi nodded with a smile. Okay. I will give my 2 cousins a big tour. Qiao Xian smiled and praised him. Shao Yinduan was going to take the imperial examination, and he needed to keep his reputation intact. Hence, Qiao Xian tried to keep her methods low-profiled when using them upon the other sections of the family. Most of the time, she would make them give up the matter by themselves. Otherwise, they would keep pestering the first section incessantly. The following day, Shao Xiaoqi took the 2 cousins into the mountains again. Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang were both quite cheerful. They believed that when they found the honey, they could get a big portion. Shao Xiaoqi was just a young boy who was very easy to deal with. Shao Xiaoqi went into the mountains, and traveled around easily. He intended to make them suffer by taking them up into the high mountains, weed-filled forests, so that the 2 cousins got really tired. They failed to find the honey after 1 whole day of roaming around. In fact, they ran into some wild bees. Shao Xiaoqi dashed off, and the 2 cousins did the same too. By evening, they got very distressed as they came home. But Shao Xiaoqi was quite motivated and asked, "Are you coming tomorrow?" Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Still? Can we find honey tomorrow? Shao Xiaoqi burst out in laughter. I can't promise that. Then, they were not going. Shao Xilang asked him in return. It is so strange. Why can we not find it? Shao Xiaoqi pursed his lips. If it were so easy to find, we would have made a fortune by now. Chapter 312. Purposeful. They had actually already made a fortune because of their 5th sister-in-law's guidance. Moreover, they were going to build a large house by the end of this year. Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang were mute suddenly. Just drop it. Shao Erlang felt a bit scared as he thought of what they had experienced today. We are not going tomorrow. He was not going there anymore. It was too exhausting. Also, there was no guarantee that they could find the honey anyway. Who had the time to travel about in the mountains? Shao Xiaoqi smiled inwardly but showed a very disappointed look on his face. All right then, Ms. Zhang and Ms. Niu were both very disappointed, as the 2 of them reached home. Still nothing? Shao Erlang and Shao Xilang were simply too tired to talk. How can it be so easy? The 2 of them fell asleep as soon as they reached their place. Ms. Zhang pursed her lips. I think the first section did it on purpose. How could they find so much honey whilst Erlang and 4th brother found nothing? I saw they had so many jars of honey. Annoyed, Ms. Niu intended to ask Ms. Fong about this, but then she thought of how Ms. Fong would react. Reluctantly, she gave up the idea of confrontation. She might get mocked by Ms. Fong if she went up to argue with her. That is honey, my sons can go and look for it themselves. They are sure to find a mess. Zhang looked down at her mother-in-law, who was too timid to interrogate the first section of the family. She could not stand it any longer. She went to the first section of the family and finally ran into Qiao Xian and Tao Tao, who had been picking vegetables in the field after she waited for a long while. Ms. Zhang went up and said sarcastically, 5th sister-in-law, you must have done that on purpose, right? How can you be so stingy? You know that we don't have much money. Still, you don't want to help us make money. Eldest uncle and eldest aunt were not like this earlier. But since the moment you came here, everything changed. You are trying to estrange us. Aren't you afraid of being blamed by our ancestors? Xiao Tao Tao got really annoyed. Stop it. You can talk with my parents about this, not my 5th sister-in-law. Ms. Zhang became angrier as she sneered. Tao Tao, you have become bolder too. You, Qiao Xian patted her arm and smiled. Tao Tao is confident, beautiful and bold, now no one can bully her. Also, whether you have money or not has nothing to do with me, 2nd sister-in-law. Your thinking is wrong. As for the honey, you can go and seek it yourself. That is the same mountain we go to. No one is stopping you. It all depends on luck. We also can't find it every time we are there. As for your accusation that I am creating a rift in the family, why didn't I know that? What about telling me in detail? Is it because we refused to work for you for free and did not offer you free money, hence you are saying this? You know that it doesn't make any sense, right? Ms. Zhang shivered and stammered. You don't lack money. You just don't know how hard it is to be poor. You can help us, why not do it? You talk big, but the truth is that you are so selfish. Xiao Xian felt shocked. Was this what Ms. Zhang was thinking? So were the other sections of the family, right? Chapter 313, Into Province. Xiao Xian said, it is never easy to make money, and you can't simply have others do everything for you. Let me tell you, we are getting richer, but you are never going to get a penny out of our wealth. Only if you work hard and earn every penny one by one, will you have a chance. But if you don't work hard and hope to get everything for free, you will get nothing. Ms. Zhang looked at Xiao Xian with hatred. She did not take in anything Xiao Xian said. It seemed that Ms. Zhang was the most extreme one from the second section of the family. That was so unexpected. Xiao Xian found her annoying but also pitiful. That was because her parents had taught her something against morality. But this matter had nothing to do with her. It was all her family's business. Before Ms. Zhang could say anything, Xiao Xian left with Xiao Taotao. Xiao Taotao whispered. Fifth sister-in-law, second sister-in-law look so scary. How did she become like this? She was not like this before. Xiao Xian shook her head. I don't know. She only focuses on her brother and is probably stimulated by what happened last time. Xiao Taotao could not understand it and said, but she is married now, and even if she wants to help her own family, she can't just steal her mother-in-law's money, right? Xiao Xian smiled. She knows nothing. We can't become like her. We should stay away from her. Xiao Taotao understood this point very well. After a few days, Yuezheng Shao's men came to fetch the last batch of watermelons. The good weather had saved the watermelons. They were large and refined on the surface, with a layer of smoothness. The shell sounded crisp upon knocking. They seemed to be wonderful watermelons. The men from the Yuezheng family were surprised and glad to receive such good watermelons in the last batch. Xiao Xian gave them a dozen more, and the rest were kept at home. She planned to plant some more with the seeds she kept back. Ms. Su intended to take some seeds to her own family, and she approved of it. She could give some spare ones to the others who needed it. Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan proposed that they wanted to visit the province. The coachman and page boy of the Yuezheng family nodded without hesitation. They were in a good relationship and they were welcome anytime. Xiao Xian decided to bring the 600 lipsticks along, and Yuezheng Shao did not need to send anyone else over to fetch them. She even had hundreds of mint-smelling lip balms ready with her. Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian talked with the family about this, seeing that the Yuezheng family had sent their men over to fetch the watermelons. Miss Fong did not stop them. Her son needed to check the place ahead of time to learn about the imperial examination, so that he could be more prepared. Shao Xiaoqi and Xiao Taotao were very happy that they could tag along. Miss Fong felt even more assured when they had company. So she approved of that proposal too. That is the province. There are so many things over there. I want to visit the place too. Shao Sanlang felt so jealous and looked at Shao Yunduan with a look of begging. Yang Xiaoni nodded excitedly. She wanted to tag along as well. Before Shao Yunduan said anything, Miss Fong hit Shao Sanlang on his head. Drop this idea. You should stay at home and get the wood. We will be so busy during the harvest season that we won't have time to get enough firewood. You can help us chop more wood. Tao Tao and Ms. Qjao can keep each other company, and she can run errands for your fifth brother. You will be superfluous there. Chapter 314, Examination. Xiao Sanlang scratched his head and sadly gave up. They all laughed. Shao Xiaoqi said, "Don't worry, brother, I will bring a lot of good food to you." To only then did Xiao Sanlang feel better and said happily, "Don't forget about it. Just buy me as much good food as possible, I will try them all. I will give you money." Xiao Sanlang and Yang Xiaoni were so generous now that they had some money. They had already eaten almost everything available in the town. Miss Fong glared at them upon hearing that. "Hey, you should know how to save money. I know that it's your personal money, but you need to keep some saved for tough times. We have a long way to go. Don't get greedy. You are married now, think about the long term." Xiao Sanlang did not care but mumbled. "We make money because we need to spend it. We can make some more when we don't have any." Miss Fong snapped. "Didn't you hear what I just told you?" Yes, Mom." Xiao Sanlang got startled and answered almost instinctively. Miss Fong asked him sternly. "You haven't spent much, right?" Xiao Sanlang felt a bit guilty as he stammered. No. Shao Xiaoqi, Qjao Xian and Tao Tao exchanged a smiling look amongst themselves. How much Xiao Sanlang and his wife spent was unknown to Miss Fong and eldest uncle, but the others knew it well. They had easily bought 2 or 3 liang of snacks from the town. Miss Su was so concerned about their expenditure, and always complained about them spending too much to her husband. Xiao Dalang also found her words reasonable and talked to Xiao Sanlang about saving some money. Xiao Sanlang nodded yet still continued with his behavior. Miss Fong suspected his breezy words. "Really? Come here." Miss Fong pinched Xiao Sanlang's ears. "Show me your savings. I won't take your money, I have more than you have. I just want to check it." Xiao Sanlang and Yang Xiaoni turned pale. "You don't have to bother, Mom." "Yes, Mom, you don't bother." The more they behaved like this, the more skeptical Miss Fong was. "No. Take me there." Qjao Xian and the others left the place quietly. Something was going to happen soon, and they needed to escape. Sure enough, the couple had to let Miss Fong check their money and was scolded badly. Miss Fong ordered them to give her half of what they earned so she could save it for them. Xiao Sanlang and Yang Xiaoni did not dare to counter her words. On the day when the men from the Yuezheng family came over, they packed the watermelons and went onto the wagon together. Qjao Xian and the others rented another wagon when they reached the town, since the wagon had many watermelons on it already. The 2 wagons went forward together. They could reach the province by the evening, since they started early. They were all excited, including Qjao Xian, who came out for a long-distance trip for the first time. She lifted the drapery and checked around. Everything was so new for her. Most importantly, they had the Yuezheng family with them and they were completely safe. They stopped for lunch at a restaurant in the town, and soon moved on. Chapter 315, Province Translator, Ilenyi Translations. The road was quite smooth but still the wagons shook and were not so comfortable. Yet the gang of young people laughed and talked on the way, feeling both satisfied and excited. By the evening, the sun had set and they eventually approached the province. The road became wider and flatter, and more pedestrians and wagons appeared on it. Many wagons looked quite magnificent. These were not something seen in the town. Before they reached the center, they had already sensed how bustling the environment would be. As the wagon finally reached the center, it became even more crowded. Wagons were noisy, and the wide and straight streets were lined with various shops. Everything looked tall and luxurious, dazzling and overwhelming. This is the province. The real, bustling province. Yes. This is what a province is like, much better than the county. Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Tao Tao could not help but feel amazed. Qjao Xian smiled. Let's find a hotel to stay in. We will have enough time to have Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Tao Tao nodded. They were looking forward to it. Shao Yunduan waved goodbye to the two servants from the Yuezheng family, and told them that they would visit them the next day. The two servants nodded and told them where they should find accommodation and did not leave until they told the coachman how to reach there. The four of them asked for the best rooms next to each other. Qjao Xian and Shao Taotao shared one whilst Shao Yunduan and his brother shared the other. They were keeping each other company when they were traveling outside. They were all quite tired from the day's trip. They did not go out for dinner but remained in the hall of the hotel and ate some simple food. The province was more than bustling. There were various dishes with high prices. The four of them ordered 4 local special dishes as well as 1 soup, which tasted great. Especially the dish, which consisted of sweet and sour fish. The sweet and sour sauce was very well adjusted, and the taste was moderate, as it was poured on the fish. The white and tender fish was soaked in the juice, the sweet and sour taste was tangy, and it made people feel like devouring it. After dinner, the day fell yet it was still quite lively on the street. The stores on both sides of the streets had lanterns lit up, and the light shone through. Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao had never seen such a busy city under the moon, so they really wanted to have a look around. Shao Yunduan did not dare to release them. So he said, "We can go back to the room for a break. When we ask more about where we can go, we will explore the place." Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao agreed. However, they had just returned to the room when Yuezheng Shao came with his 2 servants, namely Chu Shan and Chu Shi. Shao Yunduan and Qjao Xian were surprised. They felt that they had been given a lot of respect. Yuezheng Shao really treated them as good friends, otherwise he would not have come over. The 3 of them were seated in the elegant room in the hotel and chatted happily. When Yuezheng Shao asked Shao Yunduan their purpose of being here, Shao Yunduan confessed to him honestly. "Brother Shao, your idea sounds wonderful. You should definitely come over to have a look around. I will ask and see who can be your best communicator, and will tell you about it soon, sounds okay?" The Yuezheng family knew a lot about the province, thus could go around very easily. Shao Yunduan did not turn him down but smiled with a greeting. "That sounds great. Thank you, brother Yuezheng." Yuezheng Shao waved his hands. "Don't mention it, brother Shao." Later, Yuezheng Shao spoke with the couple about how popular lipsticks were. He was so excited while telling them about it. Chapter 316, Meeting lipsticks had become the absolute favorite of young ladies and madams in the province. They were so proud of being able to get each color. Yuezheng Shao did not put the lipsticks into the market in bulk, so the ladies and madams were even more eager to buy them. The news had spread to the neighboring cities as well. Some young ladies and madams even asked their housekeepers to stand in queue just to buy them first, or asked their locally residing relatives to purchase some for them. His cosmetic stores were selling many things due to which they had earned a great deal. Yuezheng Shao had decided to set the price at 5 liang for each. After deducting the cost, he could earn 2 liang for one, which was already enough for him. After all, the lipsticks could be sold out no matter how many there were on the shelf. Due to this single item, the store had earned tens of thousands of liang a month. In addition, the powder, blushers and all helped him earn even more. That was just one small store. But the lipsticks became far more popular than he had expected, so he raised the cost by 2 liang for each, so one lipstick costed 7 liang then onwards. He had intended to raise 5 qian for the ones Qjao Xian brought with her this time. Qjao Xian had brought some new colors on this trip, which interested Yuezheng Shao even more. Qjao Xian took them out and showed them to him, whilst making an explanation about it. Yuezheng Shao bought all the lipsticks and lip balms she had with her this time. He could not help but say emotionally, "The lipsticks are sold out so easily. Brother Shao, and sister-in-law, give me as many as you can. My elder brother was here a few days ago and he was interested in the lipsticks as well. If they can be sold outside the province, we will definitely expand our business. I look forward to seeing a big business growing out of this." Qjao Xian was quite glad as well. She exchanged a look with Shao Yunduan and said gently, "Of course we will, but not right now. Young Master Yuezheng, thanks for your understanding." Of course I understand. Yuezheng Xiao smiled. We can always wait for big business. Although they did have some stock, he said to the public that the lipsticks were not so easily made, so the production could not be raised. That was why everyone was waiting expectantly. In the province, the Yuezheng family was the top in the business area, so no one dared to set them up, nor was there anyone who dared to suppress them. Also, he was prepared to get Jingrong involved in it, by giving him 20% of the shares. Due to the existence of the young master of the Xia family, no one would dare to touch this business. Soon Yuezheng Xiao waved them goodbye. He told them that he was going to open a huge banquet for them, and they would come with a wagon. Jingrong would be asked to join them so they could save time instead of going to visit them at the door. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan were both smart people, so they nodded and saw them off politely. When the waiter was cleaning up, Shao Yunduan gave him 2 qian and asked him more about the Yuezheng family. Those who worked at the restaurant were always up to date with the gossip. The waiter, who received money and liked talking, started to say it all out. The couple were not surprised to hear that there was chaos in the Yuezheng family, which was noble and big. The waiter might not be telling the entire truth, but the big picture was definitely right. Chapter 317, Unexpected Guest. No wonder Yuezheng Xiao told them not to pay a visit to his house. It seemed that the second section of the family was quite tricky too. It would be annoying if they were discovered. The following morning, the 4 of them did not eat breakfast at the hotel, but learned from the waiter that they could find some local snacks on the street. The waiter, who had shared the information and got the bonus from them, felt much closer to them. He answered their questions and acted really passionately. There were all kinds of snacks on the street, and you could see different varieties of food there. There were various kinds of soup noodles, porridge, sugar cakes, rice cakes, plum cakes, steamed buns with various fillings, biscuits, burritos, etc. The 4 people bought a lot of them. Even though the quantity was not much, they were already very full after roaming around one street. It was a bustling place, filled with liveliness and stuff. Qjao Xian paid enough attention and found that there were no sugar water stores. If she could open some sugar water stores, maybe a chain of them, she could earn a great deal. She could make some simple ones, such as kelp and mung bean paste, sour plum soup, jelly pudding, taro ball sago, red bean sago, bean curd, various new fruits and jelly, sago, lily, peanuts, lotus seeds, milk and other combinations. These all had unique tastes. But the sugar water snacks could be copied very easily. If they wanted to do well, they would need to make sure that it tastes well. Also, multiple stores would need to be opened at one go, so that the money could roll in. Otherwise people would soon copy and take a chunk of their profits. One store would guarantee their livelihood. But Qjao Xian was not satisfied by just opening one store. She bore this idea in her mind and decided to do it in the future. She could do some preparations now, like she could ask the Yuezheng family to look for the sources of sago. At lunchtime, the wagon from the Yuezheng family came to pick them up. Qjao Xian took along the Ganoderma and China root which she had brought along as greeting gifts for Yuezheng Xiao and Jingrong as well. They did not carry the lipsticks with them because Yuezheng Xiao would come to fetch them later and they could talk about tea leaves at that time. The Yuezheng family had a restaurant in the city, and it was very lively there. But Yuezheng Xiao did not take them there. Instead, they found a private room at the restaurant, which was quite a famous eatery. He ordered the most popular dishes such as cherry meat, 3 sets of duck, and wensi tofu. When Chu Shan brought the guests over, Yuezheng Xiao and Jingrong were already there. They greeted each other politely. Shao Yunduan gave them the presents, and Yuezheng Xiao and Jingrong thanked them and accepted them. Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao had met them before, so they felt much more open despite being a little shy. Yuezheng Xiao and Jingrong were very friendly young masters. Jingrong looked distant, but Yuezheng Xiao was open-minded. It was a lively lunch hour. They exchanged some thoughts about the local cultures, and Yuezheng Xiao asked the page boy to inform the waiters. But before the dishes could be served, an unexpected guest arrived there. It was Yuezheng and her maid Jiang who walked in. She spotted Jingrong and smiled even more brightly. She went up and greeted them politely. Then she turned to Yuezheng Shao. I was just standing in line for the pastry when I saw your wagon. You are here, third brother. Chapter 318. Thoughts. Yuezheng was Yuezheng Shao's cousin, the youngest daughter of the second section of the family. The two sections of the family were not on good terms with each other. Although Yuezheng was just a girl, Yuezheng Shao did not think that she knew much. The first section of the family did not have any daughters, and the daughters of the second section of the family were born by his second aunt, Ms. Mi. The two girls loved to behave well in front of grandmother, especially Yuezheng, who knew how to make her grandmother happy. Hence, their grandmother liked the second section of the family more and more. Therefore, Yuezheng Shao tried not to get too close to this cousin of his. He disliked her even more when he discovered that this cousin loved to follow him just to get close to Jingrong. It seemed that his grandmother, second aunt and second uncle understood that the girl was not a match for the lineal grandson of the Xia family, so they did not say a thing on the surface. But he did not think that Yuezheng's parents were not aware of what their daughter was planning. They were just pretending not to know or see. They were hoping for a miracle. If Jingrong fell for Yuezheng, the whole thing would fall in place naturally. Even if Jingrong did not fall for her, Yuezheng's name would not be ruined because she had her cousin as a shield. It was not easy to see if Yuezheng was here on purpose. She sounded harmlessly nice when she claimed that she was here buying things for her grandmother. Yuezheng Shao could not drive her away, so he smiled. What a coincidence. Have you eaten lunch? You can join us if you haven't. Yuezheng chuckled and smiled with her eyes blinking. Well, I was going to go back home for lunch, sorry to trouble you. Yuezheng Shao smiled and introduced Shao Yunduan and his family to Yuezheng. Yuezheng could see that Xiao Xian was plainly dressed, but she had never seen them before. She was curious and greeted them politely. Then she saw Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao who seemed too timid to raise their heads. Yuezheng sneered inwardly but showed no look on her face. She just ignored them and smiled at Yuezheng Shao and Jingrong. They talked about the good things they knew, their orchids, banquets and all. She tried to cater to Jingrong. Jingrong was not very talkative, but he did not pretend to be distant. Before Yuezheng came, he and Shao Yunduan were having a good conversation, but he fell into silence when Yuezheng came over. Unless Yuezheng asked him of her own accord, he would not respond to a thing of his own accord. Yuezheng had not yet managed to see her third brother and Jingrong together for a long time, and on this rare occasion, she believed that Jingrong would stay more patient, and talked more. But Jingrong was so annoyed and so was Yuezheng Shao. What a shameless person. Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan had sensed the hidden trouble between them. They exchanged a look and felt helpless. Yuezheng Shao and Jingrong had to let the show go on. So, they needed to finish the whole meal from beginning to the end. Xiao Xian could sense that Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao were nervous. She smiled at Shao Xiaoqi and patted Shao Taotao's hands, saying with a smile, "Let's eat, the dishes are expensive, don't waste them." Chapter 319. Contempt. Shao Taotao burst into chuckles spontaneously, hearing what Xiao Xian said. She felt more relaxed as well. She nodded at Xiao Xian and answered with a small okay. The two girls did not make a big move of it, but Yuezheng happened to see that. Yuezheng not only needed to pretend that she were elegant, but also tried to find some topics to start the conversation. The whole thing was very tiring. Moreover, Jingrong seemed quite uninterested, and did not seem to have any intention of speaking with her. To top it, her third brother disliked her even more. That made Yuezheng feel rather annoyed. It was quite embarrassing as well. Since Jingrong did not want to speak with her, and she could not continue to pester him, She glanced at Xiao Xian and Shao Taotao. Mrs. Shao, you are on a good term with Miss Shao. Where are you from? I have never seen you before. Xiao Xian smiled. We are just running some small business outside the city. It is quite normal that you have never seen us before, Lady Yuezheng. Yuezheng Ting chuckled, and threw a look at Yuezheng Shao. You are demeaning yourself, Mrs. Shao. My third brother is a very picky person. Ordinary business people do not impress him, let alone be his friends. Yuezheng Ting felt increasingly confused. Her third brother was a very picky person and only a few people had managed to become his friends. If Shao Yunduan were alone here, she might have understood what happened. But Xiao Xian was a woman and she was here with her brother-in-law and sister-in-law. It looked so strange. How important did her third brother consider the whole family to be? He was treating the whole family to such a huge lunch. Xiao Xian continued making up some stories. At the same time, she showed a surprised look. That is really nice of young Master Yuezheng. Well, when young Master Yuezheng passed by our village, it happened to be raining very heavily. So, he sought shelter under our roof and had a wonderful chat with my husband. We came to the town today and ran into them again, so, Yuezheng Shao let out a sigh of relief upon hearing what Xiao Xian said. He immediately reacted. Mrs. Shao, you are very friendly. You treated us well the other day, and now it is my turn. Yuezheng Ting smiled and nodded, losing the interest of speaking with them any more. She understood that this family did not seem to have the chance of becoming her third brother's friends. Well, they were just being polite with each other. The long lunch was finally finished, and Shao Yunduan waved them goodbye, leaving with Xiao Xian and his brother and sister. Yuezheng Shao did not have a very happy and easy family either. Yuezheng Shao lowered his head slightly in an apologetic way, and did not get up to walk them out. They had just left when Yuezheng Shao said to Yuezheng Ting, you can go home now. I and brother Xia have other affairs to deal with. Yuezheng Ting smiled bashfully. Third brother, where are you going? Take me along too. It was okay for women and men to go out together with family accompanying them. But Yuezheng Shao did not have any interest in taking her along. He smiled and said, girls should not go where we are going. Yuezheng Ting got startled, and her face reddened. She could not insist upon following along. So, she had to pretend as if she knew nothing and smiled. I will go home first, I am leaving now. Having said that, she left with her maid. Yuezheng Shao let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Xia Jingrong. Honestly, brother Xia, when are you getting married? Don't be so picky. Just get engaged and marry as soon as possible. Chapter 320. Too kind. As long as Xia Jingrong was engaged, Yuezheng Ting would leave him alone. She was just too annoying. Xia Jingrong showed a weak smile. I can't lose my whole life for this tiny nuisance, right? Yuezheng Shao laughed. Then, he sighed. It was so annoying that someone just had no idea how they should behave. In the wagon, Yuezheng Ting's face sank. Jiang said angrily, third young master behaves way over the top. How can he say such a thing in front of you? Let's tell Madame Yuezheng about this, so he can be punished. Irritated, Yuezheng Ting snapped at her. All right, what is the point of telling Grandma about this? Grandma would just tell him not to do that, and that was it. She did not want to look more irritating in his eyes. You are simply too kind, miss. Jiang mumbled. But why is third young master not helping you? Isn't that a good thing for the Yuezheng family after all? Yuezheng Ting bit her lips and said nothing more. That was exactly what she was thinking. It would be a good thing for the whole family. But her third brother was not helping her and also pretending not to know a thing. That was so disgusting. She was growing older and older, and would need to get engaged to someone else after a couple of more years, if she didn't manage to get the man she wanted. But she was not convinced. Which other family had a better groom than the lineal grandson of the Xia family in the whole province? It would be such an honor if she could marry Xia Jingrong. Everyone was going to be jealous of her. More importantly, she had the chance to make it happen. Her third brother and Xia Jingrong were good friends. As long as he helped, she would have at least 80%, if not 100% chance to get him. She really fancied Xia Jingrong personally as well, keeping aside his background. Xia Jingrong was such a handsome man that was attractive to everyone. Yuezheng felt so annoyed. She decided to think of a better way to make this happen. Yuezheng was just thinking when she heard Jiang speak. Look at that, isn't that young Master Shao and his family? It was cloudy today, not very hot, and Xiao Xian and the other three walked back to the hotel, strolling along the street. Yuezheng cast an arrogant look at her and rolled her eyes. She had no interest in looking at them. Jing sneered. Poverty. They could not even afford to ride in wagons. In the afternoon, Yuezheng Shao and Xia Jingrong visited the hotel again, and exchanged business matters with Xiao Xian. They also talked about the tea leaves. They were quite confident about the future. As for the colleges and the scholars whom Shao Yunduan would like to visit, the Xia family knew it all. Xia Jingrong gave him the advice and even expressed that he would send a page boy to tag along. With Xia Jingrong's page boy around, he would remind Shao Yunduan and help him reach the right people. In the process, he would not become a target for people to get jealous about or attract too much attention. If Xia Jingrong went there with him, Shao Yunduan might be the topic of gossip among the scholars in the whole province. This seemed to be a proper arrangement. Shao Yunduan thanked him politely. Xiao Xian was quite glad. Xia Jingrong was such a friendly and considerate person. Xia Jingrong also expressed that he would treat them for another meal after a few days. After speaking with them for a while, the two friends left together. Chapter 321. Gifts. The two of them returned home and opened the presents given by Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan respectively. Both of them were shocked. China roots were of excellent quality, very difficult to obtain, though not so difficult for them. But Ganoderma was really rare. It was bigger than a man's open hand, thick and well-patterned, black in color and flawless. It emitted an attractive herbal smell. What they did not know was that Xiao Xian had put the plant in space for a few days and used her superpower to make it better, so it was far better than the ordinary kinds. These were indeed precious things. Each of them should be worth more than 2,000 liang, and could not be bought easily. They both believed that Shao Yunduan and his family did not buy them and must have found them in the mountains. They should know that this plant was very precious. But they gave them away as presents. What precious gifts! Brother Shao and his family are so generous. It is wonderful. Yuezheng Shao ordered Chu Shan to wrap up the plants and deliver them to his mother in the outskirts area. His father was still sick and the plants were good for health. They should come in handy. At the Xia mansion, Xia Jingrong was so shocked when seeing the presents. He promptly had them delivered to his grandmother. Madame Xia was so happy that she kept smiling. You all say that I adore Jingrong more, but look at how much he loves me. He found me the best Chinese fleece flower root, and now this. These two are really rarely seen herbs. Jingrong must have spent a lot of effort to find them. I adore him deeply and no one should crib about it. People present there smiled and spoke highly of Xia Jingrong. Xia Jingrong's cousins got so jealous but stayed mum. They had tried to find Chinese fleece flower root but couldn't find it. They had offered some rare plants to the grandmother, but never found such a great-looking one before. It was just Xia Jingrong's luck. Xia Jingrong's page boy kept Shao Yunduan company at the academic events, whilst Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao as well as Xiao Xian rented a wagon and traveled around the province every day. Xiao Xian had asked Shao Xiaoqi to accompany Shao Yunduan. But Shao Yunduan turned that idea down. He insisted that Shao Xiaoqi should keep Xiao Xian and Tao Tao company. He did not think that two girls should travel alone in the town. They were friends with Yuezheng Shao and Jingrong, but the two of them were far away. Shao Xiaoqi was a man and he should be of some help in case of any emergency. He also gave the coachman a lot of money, telling him to pay more attention to them and he would receive an extra bonus for it in the future. The coachman felt quite happy and agreed. Xiao Xian loved traveling. She made a specific plan and went about with Shao Xiaoqi and Tao Tao for shopping and food tasting. Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Tao Tao got so excited and obeyed Xiao Xian's order dutifully. They visited many places of interest before it turned hot, and returned to the town at lunchtime to eat at a recommended, old restaurant. Chapter 322, Shopping. They took a nap at the hotel and at 4 in the afternoon, they went to a few stores and some other leisure places, before joining Shao Yunduan for dinner. Shao Yunduan felt quite jealous after hearing Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Tao Tao's talks regarding where they had been and what they ate, bought, and saw in the morning. He threw a quick look at Xiao Xian. He had not yet spent much qualitative time with her outside. He needed to find a good time to walk with her. After a couple of days of shopping, Xiao Xian bought quite a lot of things, which were not easily seen in the town, like clothes materials, embroidery threads, blushers, silk flowers, small, beautiful jewelry, various seasonings and dry food ingredients. Province and town were different. Xiao Xian was very happy to see sun-dried shrimps, abalones, sea cucumbers, hairtails, conches, sea scallops, and yellow croakers. She bought a lot of each kind. She would buy the snacks and long-lasting pastry one day before they returned home. She even visited the pharmacies, trying to see if she could get any fresh ginseng. But unfortunately, she could not find any. Good ginsengs were rare, but all were processed, not originally growing. Xiao Xian had to give up finding fresh ones. She was very interested in plants, fruit trees and expensive flowers and woods, so she spent some time there too. It was not the best time to plant flowers, so there were not many available except for some pots. Xiao Xian did not need any of those. She went to visit some florists and checked their flower gardens, but none was good enough for the space. Finally, she bought some plum trees, different kinds of grapes and peach trees. She was going to pick them up one day before they went home. The fruits of these could be eaten in the next year. After a few days in a row, Shao Yunduan had visited the places he needed to and met those whom he had to meet. He had obtained much knowledge and was more confident about the imperial examination next year. The following day, Xie Jingrong asked them to visit him at the side mansion, and they decided to leave after 2 days. After dinner, the day turned dark and Shao Yunduan asked Xiao Xian, "What about taking a walk around? Just nearby." There was a river passing through the city nearby. Willows and peach trees were planted along the riverside. The area along the riverside was also a famous local food street. There were countless shops, large and small, lively at night. Especially in summer, many catering shops like to put long tables and stools on the wide venue at the entrance. There were countless diners, and the restaurant was spacious and cool. The fragrance was permeating, which was particularly appealing. In the past few days, they had visited a lot of places during the day. At night, after dinner, everyone had no energy to go out again. Therefore, though they knew about such a place and yearned for it, they didn't visit it. Now, they wanted to have a last walk around the area. Xiao Xian was quite interested in seeing the night town in the ancient city. So she said, "Okay, I heard that it is very lively along the river." Shao Yunduan nodded and looked gentle. "Let's go." "What about fetching Tao Tao and Qi?" "Well," Shao Yunduan sounded indifferent. "They are already there." He had already looked into it and believed that it was very safe with many people there. He instructed Qi and Tao Tao not to stay close to the small alleyway or come home too late, thus letting them go alone. Chapter 323, Hand in hand. Both of them were so happy and went out ages ago. They just could not wait to walk around at night. Xiao Xian smiled. They were nagging about this, and they could not wait. Let's go as well. Okay. Qi and Tao Tao were not too young anymore, and Xiao Xian was not very worried about their safety. Most people in the world were trying to live in peace. There were not so many bad guys around. They walked shoulder to shoulder, and moved forward with the crowd. The lights of the stores were on, as they walked along the street. The lights were sparkling like stars. Under the light, people were moving about, laughing and chatting with each other. In the summer night, the wind blew from the river bank, bringing the coolness and the aroma of various food stalls, which made people feel the warmth in this world. When the two of them came to the long riverside street, the excitement and hustle and bustle seemed to be doubled. There were people tasting delicious food everywhere. Various shops or stalls were blazing with fire, and the sounds of frying, boiling, and steaming were endless. The aromas of various foods were stimulated and collided with each other, and the fragrance was particularly attractive. In addition, there were many shops selling various kinds of cakes, candied fruit, roasted seeds and nuts, sugarman, candied haws, and more, which made the street lively and bustling. Xiao Xian was shocked. She had not expected that the night streets in this era would be so lively. What a pity. We should not have come post-dinner, or even lunch. We should have starved ourselves for a day before coming to this place. Shao Yunduan laughed when he heard that. We can take a walk first, and if we feel like eating, we can eat some, or we can come again another time. Yes. Xiao Xian smiled and nodded, as they continued strolling around. They passed by a store full of dried fruits. Xiao Xian bought some sugar-coated plums. They walked and ate as they came to the riverside. The lights on both sides of the river were reflected on the water surface. The gently flowing waves shook the light and shadow, and everything became gentle and blurred. The two of them stood under a big willow tree, feeling the cool breeze and looking at the river view, surrounded by lively people coming and going. Suddenly the two of them looked at each other and smiled lightly. Xiao Xian pinched on the plum and passed it to Shao Yunduan's lips. Her long eyelashes blinked as she said with a smile, "Want to try, darling?" Shao Yunduan stiffened. He had heard her calling him darling numerous times. And by now, he was used to it. But at this time, he felt that his heart was throbbing hard. Her slender and white fingers brushed his chin unintentionally, and the faint, smooth and soft touch lingered for a long time. He was a little afraid to look down at her hand, let alone her smiling eyes. He lowered his eyes and said, "Yeah." Then he opened his mouth in a panic and bit the plum. Also, he bit a part of her small finger too. Shao Yunduan blushed and stiffened. He could not even start to chew the plum. Sorry. He wanted to apologize to her, but could not open his mouth and say anything. Xiao Xian had not realized what happened. But seeing him stiffen, she thought that it was because he did not like the taste of plums. She smiled. "Is it too sour?" "I think it is okay, you can spit it if you don't like it." Chapter 324, Teasing. Nope. Shao Yunduan finally understood what he should say. But the sour and sweet taste was on his tongue, stimulating every cell in the mouth. He mumbled. "Not sour, sweet." Xiao Xian suddenly realized why he had reacted in that way. She chuckled inwardly, feeling a bit proud. Her husband could be teased so easily. So thin-skinned? Xiao Xian added. "For real? You want to try one more?" Shao Yunduan stiffened and looked at the girl in front of him. In the dim light, she had raised her head to look at him, her moist black eyes smiling a little. She was holding a plum in her slender hand and was holding it next to his lips. At this moment, he only had her in his eyes, and the lights from far and near and the noise of pedestrians coming and going had become the background. He opened his mouth slightly, approaching her hand cautiously. He quickly grabbed the sweet and sour plum, and hurriedly retreated, for fear that his lips would touch her finger again abruptly. "Xiao Xian," she had intended to take advantage of him and tease him. She wanted to continue asking if he hated her or not. But this man was so honest that he just did not want to offend her. Qiao Xian laughed. Well, Shao Yunduan did not dare to look at her again but pretended to cough. You want something more? Let's go around? Sure. Qiao Xian looked at him and answered with a smile. She could not tease him anymore but looked deeply at him. Just leave him alone. There will be more chances in the future. Also, he should focus on studies, since the imperial examination was coming soon. She should not pursue him to start a romantic relationship at this time. It was not going to be an easy examination. The two continued to stroll forward. Shao Yunduan was very careful to protect Xiao Xian, so that no one would touch or push her. What Xiao Xian saw and liked, he bought it and took the initiative to carry it, and strolled down further. Though he didn't buy much, Shao Yunduan's hands were full on both sides. Xiao Xian supported that and chuckled. I bought so many things already. Shao Yunduan smiled. Not many, you like them. Xiao Xian felt her heart sweeten. She leaned her head and smiled at him. Really? Can you give me anything I like? Shao Yunduan felt his heart throbbing. It felt as if her words carried a deeper meaning. He nodded without looking at her. Of course. What if you regret it? Xiao Xian sounded very sad. Shao Yunduan felt his heart break after hearing that. He added. No, never. Really? Yes. Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled as she said, oh, okay, but you should remember that only you can give me what I want, and you can't share it with anyone else. Xiao Yunduan was startled. Then he felt his heart beating fast. Right after, he was taken aback. What did she mean? Was it what he was thinking about? Shao Yunduan felt an urge to ask her but stopped himself. Chapter 325. Not possible. He was going to wait for a bit longer, till he passed the examination. By that time, he would be a good match for her, and he could ask her then. Shao Yunduan flushed and believed that she should like him too. For now, he said nothing except for just 2 words, don't worry. Xiao Xian could sense that he was very resolute at the moment. She felt his heart soften and started to feel a bit guilty. She should not have teased him like this. They should have understood by this point that they were not going to divorce as they had agreed at the beginning. I am not worried. Xiao Xian smiled and tugged at his arms. Let's go back. Qi and Tao Tao should be back by now. They will be worried about us. Shao Yunduan was very happy to be pulled by her. Let's go. There was no better wife than her. She was nice to him and treated his siblings warmly too. They ran into Tao Tao and Qi on the way back to the hotel. Shao Yunduan wondered how he felt when the duo had 2 more people joining them. He suddenly lost the sweet air which existed a while ago. The 4 of them headed back to the hotel together. As they were going into the room, Shao Yunduan suddenly stopped at the entrance and looked at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian seemed to have sensed that he was looking at her, and she returned the look. As their eyes met, Shao Yunduan stiffened slightly and panicked. He was feeling a bit strange. He was just about to move away when Xiao Xian smiled. Good night. Shao Yunduan also replied in a relaxed tone. Good night. Then he hurried into his room. Xiao Xian chuckled and felt slightly emotional as well. She could not help but smile. Early the next morning, Yuezheng Shao came over with a wagon and took them to visit Xia Jingrong's abbey in the outskirts. Xia Jingrong's abbey was his personal property, which was located at Peach Flower Site, more than 10 miles away in the southern outskirts of the city. The abbey wasn't enormous but looked really beautiful. There were rockeries, a small lake and more. They could either go into the rockeries or row a boat in the lake in hot summer. Xia Jingrong's abbey was located in the valley, and there was a green lake outside the path. At the back of the abbey was a large bamboo forest that was well maintained. Passing through the bamboo forest was a maple forest. A white waterfall fell from the mountain, and the sound of rumbling water brought forth bursts of coolness. Jingrong was already waiting for them when they arrived. Jingrong was only entertaining them on this day. No other guests were around. Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao both let out a sigh of relief. They were very afraid of running into strangers like Lady Yuezheng. That would be awkward. Rich families varied as well. Brother Yuezheng and Brother Xiao were very different from others. Without any outsiders around, they talked happily. The garden was small and exquisite, quiet and elegant. Taotao could not move her legs when she saw the koi swimming in the water lily pond, so Jingrong ordered his maid to bring fish food and accompany her to feed the fish. Shao Xiaoqi was quite looking forward to seeing the horses in the abbey when he heard about it. Jingrong took them to see the horse. In the valley outside the manor, there was a small horse farm, enough for beginners to practice. Shao Xiaoqi was really excited. He touched and patted the horses, smiling happily. Yuezheng Shao laughed and sent away the coachman, offering to teach Shao Xiaoqi to ride a horse personally. Chapter 326. Good Things in Mountains. Shao Xiaoqi was a fast learner. Soon he could ride alone in the horse farm, steady and calm. Yuezheng Shao praised him with a smile. Qi learns fast. Jingrong added. He seems to have established a friendship with the horse very easily. Xiao Xian felt proud and added. Of course he is. He never fails in hunting. Hunting? Yuezheng Shao felt his chin and got very excited. Qi, you are so talented. What about hunting together? I also want to go have a look at your mountain. They all laughed. Xiao Xian laughed too, but felt a bit guilty. There were many things in the mountains. Shao Yunduan said, actually hunting is a matter of luck, but there aren't many people in our village who can hunt. The mountain is full of woods, and there are many prey. If you are interested, Brother Yuezheng, please come and visit us when it gets colder. Yuezheng Shao was glad to hear the offer. It's a deal. We will definitely go over, right, Brother Xie? Jingrong nodded and gave a brief smile. Yes. Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian also went up on the horseback. They were not very good at riding compared to Qi. They were nervous and stiff on the back of the horse, and soon Xiao Xian felt arms and legs languishing. A little while later, she dismounted. Shao Yunduan rode the horse for 2 laps and went off too. Shao Xiaoqi wanted to go beyond the horse farm, and Yuezheng Shao, who was in a good mood, decided to guide him from the back door. Jingrong turned to Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian. Yuezheng is very good at riding, and the horse is mild. Don't worry, he should take care of Qi well. Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian nodded. They were not worried about Qi. He seemed like an active boy, but he knew what he ought to do and what not. The 3 of them returned to the abbey first. Taotao had been feeding the fish and looking out for Xiao Xian and the others. She came over the moment she saw them. Shao Yunduan and Jingrong were chatting in the pavilion, drinking tea, whilst Xiao Xian and Shao Taotao just walked around randomly. Xiao Xian subconsciously started to pay attention to the plants. The plants were flourishing in the garden, and lavender was blooming vividly. There were some other small flowers as well. Xiao Xian was more interested in fruit trees and vegetables, but they did not seem to exist here. So, she stopped thinking about it. Well, the plants in the garden were all for show, and the fruit trees would be limited to pomegranates, persimmons, peaches and plums. She could go to seek some later. They ate lunch at the garden. Jingrong hired the chef from the mansion, who had been busy getting ready for the lunch. The chef cooked 1 whole table of dishes for them. Yuezheng Shao teased his friend by saying that he managed to eat the dishes only because Shao Yunduan and his family were here. Jingrong had never treated him so well like this before. They spent the afternoon rowing late, and after dinner, the sun set and they left the abbey. Yuezheng Xiao took them back to the hotel. Brother Xie's abbey is so nice, so beautiful too. Of course, the province just looks so different. But I love our home more. Me too, but I want to buy a horse. Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian were amused by Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao's conversation. Xiao Xian smiled. You behaved very well. Also, I agree with you. When we make more money, we will build a huge abbey, alright? Chapter 327, For Favor, For Real? Yes. Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao's eyes sparkled. They looked quite expectant. Yeah, it was definitely doable. They could build the abbey themselves. Of course, as long as we make enough money. We can save our money and build an abbey for ourselves. Me too. Can I raise one horse too then? Xiao Xian laughed. Everything is going to work out. You can have two, if you like. But save your money and we will have an abbey sooner than later. Shao Yunduan added too. Your fifth sister-in-law is right. We will have an abbey, as long as you help your fifth sister-in-law in her work. He was going to work hard as well so that she could live a peaceful and leisurely life, and not worry about the Qjao family. The following morning, Xiao Xian headed out. They had made a deal the day before. Yuezheng Shao sent 2 wagons for them so Chu Shan would keep them company while on the way back home. The sprouts from the florist as well as many things filled up one entire wagon. Yuezheng Shao and Xie Jingrong both gave them presents to take back. Xie Jingrong gave them 2 jars of ginseng wine, as well as some delicate pastries that were made by the chef in the mansion. He also gave some handwritten transcripts which were excellent articles from previous examinations. These articles were easy to procure for the Xie family, but for those outside the family, they were valuable things, which were difficult to collect. Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian were really grateful. Those were the exact things they required. Yuezheng Shao also offered some good food and things to use, including cubulos, donkey hide gelatin, spices and brocades. He was very generous. Yuezheng Shao and Xie Jingrong did not see them off personally. They were friends and did not need to stick to such useless formalities. Also, Shao Yunduan was going to participate in the imperial examination next year, and when he went to the next level, he could openly become good friends with Xie Jingrong, who would bring along his good friend, Yuezheng Shao. That would work out smoothly. If he was known to have befriended the Xie family earlier, he might risk being gossiped about. Yuezheng Shao put the newly obtained lipsticks in the store for sale. Due to the limited stock, only 30 pieces were sold each day and each person was given no more than 2. If they failed to get even one, the consumers could buy items worth 10 liang at or make a booking for the next day. 10 liang was a huge amount. Even for people from the Xie family, the pocket money of the ladies would only be 2 liang monthly. Well, if the ladies had the intention of buying good stuff, they would always have ways to get their mother to buy them. Yuezheng Shao was very satisfied. This small store brought in a lot of profit for him every month. More importantly, he did not need to spend a lot of effort in building up the store. As long as he had lipsticks in stock, he could always buy some other things and sell them easily. Once home, Yuezheng Shao was asked by Madame Yuezheng to come over for a talk. Yuezheng Shao could almost tell what was going on. He nodded, changed his clothes and went for the talk. Yuezheng Ting must have reported him again. Yuezheng Ting wanted 10 lipsticks from him the day before, but he had turned her down. And now his grandmother was looking for him. What a coincidence. He could give her 1, but 10? Why? So that she could share them with others to lift up her reputation? Never. Yuezheng Ting was very irritating. She said that 10 lipsticks just cost a few hundred liang and that was nothing for her third brother. Why couldn't he give them to her? But someone needed to tell her that this money was not falling from the sky. Chapter 328, Yuezheng Xiao's relief. Yuezheng Xiao greeted his grandmother, and spoke with her for a few moments. Soon after, Madame Yuezheng started to ask him about the lipsticks. She kept blaming him for not caring about his cousin. As expected, she said that it was a matter of just a few lipsticks which only cost a few hundred liang. Yuezheng Xiao did not bother to listen to her carefully. He let the words go through his ears and disappear. A few hundred liang was a huge amount in any family. The Yuezheng family was really rich, but a few hundred liang was still a sizable amount. He was not going to give them to Yuezheng Ting for free just for her whim. Not even when Madame Yuezheng asked for it. However, Madame Yuezheng just mentioned this briefly instead of forcing Yuezheng Xiao to do it for Yuezheng Ting. However, that was not it. Madame Yuezheng did not continue with it, but suddenly added. We have manned business affairs in our family, and Vo can help with our family business as well. You can just leave this store to Ting, who can train herself. She can earn some money as well. She is a girl, totally suitable for such a store. What do you think? Yuezheng Xiao was not a stingy person. But he was disgusted by what he had heard. No wonder she did not pester him earlier. This was what she was thinking about. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Madame Yuezheng further said, I will decide it for you, just give the store to Ting, like the source and everything. Don't forget to teach her well. Yuezheng Xiao turned her down. Yuezheng Xiao smiled. Grandmother, what a coincidence. I am trying to train myself as well. I started it with my own money, not with the family money. I am saving this for my wife, not others. If a cousin wants to train herself, why not pick any other store from the family business? Or she can open one herself if she likes. He was not working for the family. But for the business line from the northwest, his elder brother would have dropped it too. The two brothers worked hard not for the second section of the family to take advantage of. That's not how things worked. Madame Yuezheng was startled. She sounded a bit annoyed. But it is just a small store, if Ting likes it. But I like it too. Yuezheng Xiao smiled, but he did not mean to smile. He replied in a frivolous tone. Grandmother, you know that I will never give away anything I love. Grandmother, spoil me once too, all right? Madame Yuezheng. Yuezheng Xiao smiled, got up and left. This child has been taught so badly by his parents. She was furious. The second Mrs. Yuezheng and Yuezheng Ting walked out of the room behind, and second Mrs. Yuezheng said, Don't be mad, mother, Ting has forgotten what Shao is like. He is right, just drop it. Madame Yuezheng sneered. He is like this because his parents have taught him wrong. Yuezheng Ting pursed her lips and said in a muffled sound, I love this store a lot. That is why I asked the third brother for it. How could he turn me down for just one thing I asked him for? How can he talk with you like this? Doesn't he feel guilty when he speaks with you like this, grandmother? Chapter 329, Pretense. Madame Yuezheng became even more annoyed. She sneered. He doesn't think of me as his grandmother at all. Second Mrs. Yuezheng smiled. It is fine, Mom. Shao loves you, but he is just fickle because he is a young man. He can be confused sometimes. Ting, talk with your grandmother, and I will check in the kitchen. Mom, you are going to be served delicious food consisting of longan with duck soup. I have to stay by the fireplace and watch it carefully. Only now did Madame Yuezheng feel happier. She smiled emotionally. You love me the most. Yuezheng Ting blinked her eyes and said with a smile, That is what we should. Madame Yuezheng laughed. By the time they finished with lunch, Madame Yuezheng was very happy. After that, the mother and daughter went back to their own yards. The mother and the daughter felt so uncomfortable after pretending to serve Madame Yuezheng well. That was why Yuezheng Ting did not like to speak with Madame Yuezheng. It was so tiring. She loved to be free and alone. Mom, we can't let it go so easily, right? I really want that store. Yuezheng Ting was really unconvinced. If she could be in charge of the store, she would use the lipsticks to become friends with the ladies from the Xia family. Then, she would have more chances to get closer to the Xia family. Third brother was so stingy as to not give that small store to her. Second Mrs. Yuezheng sneered and said, "What can we do if your third brother doesn't agree to it? We can't steal it, right? He is not a very easy person to deal with." Second Mrs. Yuezheng had already noticed the potential of the store when Yuezheng Xiao first promoted the lipsticks. She also got interested in it. Seeing that he had very little in stock, Second Mrs. Yuezheng even offered to find someone who could produce more for them and expand the business. That basically meant that she wanted to be involved in the process. The lipsticks business was different from the others. All ladies would try to suck up to them if such business was in her hands. Also, it was a very special way of making money, safe and generous. But Yuezheng Xiao turned her down. Yuezheng Xiao and his brother were not very easy to deal with. Second Mrs. Yuezheng had no way to force him to accept her proposal. She had expected that no matter what Yuezheng Ting said to Madame Yuezheng, the result would be the same. But she just wanted to make Madame Yuezheng hate the first section of the family some more and cause more trouble for Yuezheng Xiao. Yuezheng Ting remained unconvinced. Biting her lower lip, she said, "How can third brother treat us like this? I am his sister, but he is treating me worse than he treats that whole poor family." Second Mrs. Yuezheng raised her eyebrows. "What poor family?" Yuezheng Ting pursed her lips and recounted the story when she met Shao Yunduan, Yuezheng Xiao, and Xia Jingrong at the restaurant. Second Mrs. Yuezheng thought for a while and said, "That poor family might be related to your third brother in some way." Yuezheng Ting was startled. Second Mrs. Yuezheng said, "Your third brother never gets close to anyone so quickly. Moreover, young Master Xiao was with them too." Moved, Second Mrs. Yuezheng suddenly thought of how the whole family showed up after Yuezheng Xiao started the store. She could not find the source of the lipsticks because Yuezheng Xiao was very cautious all this while. Her staff could not trace it either. Second Mrs. Yuezheng sneered. Well, they could look into these poor people, and her men could go about and dig out the truth. When she found out the source, Yuezheng Xiao would not be able to hold on to this business. Chapter 330, Province. Second Mrs. Yuezheng knew that her daughter could not conceal any secret, so she did not reveal this plan to her. Yuezheng Ting did not think of it as something of importance. She was more worried about her own marital affairs, so she could not help but start to mention Xia Jingrong again. The two of them mumbled to each other for a few moments before stopping. At Shaoding village, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan finally returned home in the evening. Their trip was quite long, and they finally came back home and settled in. Miss Fong kept saying out of relief, "Good that you are back. I was so worried about you. I was scared that you would be bullied, or have no place to go to. I was just too stressed. Good that you are finally back." They heard her words and burst into laughter. Qiao Xian felt her heart become warm. She smiled. "Mom, we are no longer little children. We can take good care of ourselves. Also, we went to the province, not somewhere dangerous. No one would bully us there." "Yes, yes." Shao Xiaoqi said. Brother Yuezheng and Brother Xia were there too. It was so much fun. Miss Fong glared at him. "You only know how to play." Tao Tao suddenly held back her own words when she saw her mother's reaction. She stuck out her tongue. Qiao Xian and Tao Tao had sorted the things on their way home, and it was easy for them to arrange them. The ingredients were all stored in the empty wing room. The gifts for each person were put in packages and given out directly. The brocades and other things given by Yuezheng Xiao as well as those given by Xia Jingrong were all put away by Qiao Xian in her own room. She gave the snacks to others and shared them with Miss Fong. The Xia family, which was a noble family, had given very exquisite and small pastries. There were various flower-shaped red bean cakes, mung bean cakes, sweet-scented osmanthus cakes, lotus cakes shaped like lotus flowers, transparent and beautiful crystal cakes, as well as jujube mud cakes, hawthorn cakes, chestnut cakes, fried sugar balls, sugar lotus seeds, etc. They looked good and tasted even better. Everything looked so good and people spoke highly of them. They were even hesitant to swallow them down. They also bought some stuff for the second and third section of the family. Those were cheap things but looked good. They should be enough for them. No one wanted to deliver the stuff to them though. Miss Fong asked eldest uncle to do the needful, who in turn delegated it to Tao Tao. Tao Tao dodged it and the others pretended that they had not seen a thing. Eldest uncle had no choice but to go there alone. They all knew about Shao Yunduan and their visit to the province, and felt very complicated in heart. The first section of the family got so lucky that they had a different life after Qiao Xian married into the family. That was the province they went to. Not many people from the village even went to the town. The first section of the family in the past could never have done a thing like this. Eldest uncle delivered the things, and Ms. Niu and second uncle were both quite happy. They were no longer as wild as in the past. Ms. Niu knew that they could only wait for Ms. Fong to give them stuff. Ms. Zhang looked at her smiling in-laws and got annoyed. The first section of the family would rather go to province to splurge their money than loan a few liang to her. Chapter 331, Affairs. When eldest uncle came to the third section of the family, Shao Liulang had also returned from college. Hearing that Shao Yunduan and Oiao Xian had gone to the province, Shao Liulang was startled at first and then got quite uncomfortable. He smiled. Isn't fifth brother studying? What was he doing in the province? And he was away for so long, he dreamed about going to the province. But he could not go there unless it was for the examination. What were people like Shao Yunduan doing there? Slightly startled, eldest uncle had no idea what his children were doing in the province. They just went there and did not say anything. Eldest uncle did not find it strange, thus did not ask. But when Shao Liulang questioned him about this, he staggered. I don't know, they can do whatever they want. Shao Liulang got up and said, then. I will go and speak with him. Shao Yunduan was just a cultivated talent who should go to the province next year. But he was there for so long. It must have been not just for shopping, but also to attend some events held by the colleges and poetry society, etc. He might have bought some books home too. The more he thought about this, the more Shao Liulang felt jealous. He got really distressed again by the fact that he had not saved the second miss of the Qjao family at that time. But for Ms. Qjao, Shao Yunduan would not have gotten so lucky and had the chance to visit the province. Shao Yunduan was not surprised by Shao Liulang's visit. Shao Liulang hit right on the topic after a few remarks. Fifth brother, have you heard any news or bought any related books? I should have gone there with you and checked it out ahead of time. What he meant ahead of time was before the examination date. Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian felt quite speechless. This man was not yet the cultivated talent, and the examination will not happen until mid-autumn day. Was he so sure that he would become the cultivated talent for sure this time? Even if he did make it, he would not have much time to read and review. Did he dare to do so within such a short while? Shao Yunduan did not want to ponder over this question, thus did not say a word. Shao Liulang could not help but ask sourly. Fifth brother, just tell me frankly. You must have visited some people during the days you stayed in the province, right? You visited some important people and heard some news too, right? Shao Yunduan did not want to discuss this. Thanks to Jingrong and Yuezheng Shao, he did have a good harvest during this trip and he got to visit many people. He also learned a great deal from those experienced figures. Jingrong even gave him numerous precious documents. He could not tell the truth, feeling that Shao Liulang would get jealous. He also hoped that Shao Liulang could achieve the goal he wanted to. If he could pass the cultivated talent examination, he could definitely pass on some information to him, but not right now. It was not very easy to meet those people, Shao Yunduan replied vaguely. Xiao Liulang felt much more comfortable and showed a smile on his distressed face. He took it for granted that Xiao Yunduan had failed to visit the scholars there, though he intended to. Chapter 332, For whom, fifth brother, you are right. Those people are arrogant and they are not easy to meet up with. It is totally reasonable that they didn't want to meet you. Don't be upset. Xiao Yunduan smiled. Yeah. Anyway, this is your assumption. Xiao Liulang asked again. Fifth brother, but you must have bought some books home, right? Can I read them? Xiao Yunduan did not turn him down. He took out the books but did not show him the excellent articles. These were not useful for Xiao Liulang. Xiao Liulang leafed through the stuff and looked quite jealous. Fifth brother, can I borrow them and read? Xiao Yunduan said, they are not useful for you right now. You can have them when you become a cultivated talent. He needed these books and decided to study them wholeheartedly these days. He was not going to let Xiao Liulang borrow them away. He would not mind helping Xiao Liulang when he was not affected. But he was not going to sacrifice himself for him. Xiao Liulang was not worth it. Also, he needed to be guarded against this cousin of his. He was always so jealous of him. Since he got the books, Xiao Yunduan would not loan them out to Xiao Liulang. He would only allow him to make a copy. For some reason, Xiao Liulang started to believe that Xiao Yunduan had more opportunities to pass the examination. That made him both jealous and anxious, and he even started to panic. Xiao Yunduan was always far more excellent than him, though they started to study together. Xiao Yunduan kept going upwards, whilst he remained still. What would others think of him under such circumstances? He would turn into a laughing stock. Fifth brother, I am just borrowing them. You are too stingy to lend them to me? Or are you trying to stop me from making it to the next level? I am not affecting you. We will bring honor to our family together. Eldest uncle heard that and added involuntarily. Yunduan, you can just lend them out to your cousin. If both of you make it, we will be so honored. Xiao Yunduan did not respond to his father. In his father's opinion, his brothers were all very nice people without any fault. That is okay. Xiao Yunduan said calmly, you can come and copy them. I need to use those books, and so, you can't take them away. But you can copy them. Xiao Liulang looked embarrassed. But I am going to take the examination soon. What time do I have for copying? Fifth brother, you are giving me a hard time. Qiao Xian could not stand it any more. Who on earth was giving others a hard time here? Don't worry, these books are not very practical for you right now. They are useful for him as the cultivated talent. You can copy them when you become a cultivated talent. I bought them with great difficulty, not just with money. These are very precious for my husband right now, and it is not very suitable to loan them to you right now, okay? You are our cousin, and we allow you to make copies, otherwise we would not even show them to anyone else. Miss Fang looked annoyed. Liulang, it is your fault. They are not useful for you, what are you borrowing them for? Are you trying to slow down Yunduan? Xiao Liulang got annoyed. How can you say that, eldest aunt? Chapter 333, Unexpected Ginseng. Miss Fang sneered. Then you don't have to do so. Xiao Liulang got annoyed and got up. Okay then. Xiao Liulang left and Ms. Fang said to Xiao Yunduan, just ignore him. He must be ill-purposed and knows nothing. I wonder what books he has read. Xiao Yunduan smiled. Mom, I am not angry. You shouldn't be angry as well. He glanced at Xiao Xian and they looked at each other. Xiao Xian smiled. I am not angry either. Xiao Yunduan chuckled and nodded. Eldest uncle opened his mouth and suddenly, he felt that he was not a part of the conversation. He said with a muffled sound, Yunduan, you can help your cousin. If both of you make it, it is an honor to our family. When he becomes a cultivated talent, I can definitely offer him any books he wants and answer all of his questions. Well, Shao Yunduan did not think that Xiao Liulang was modest enough to turn to him for help. He would always try to start an argument with him on whichever topic it may be. Eldest uncle opened his mouth and did not have any idea what he should say. His son had already finished what should be said, though he did not think anything was wrong. After a while, he replied in a muffled tone. Okay then. Miss Fang rolled her eyes but said with a smile to her children, "You're tired too, I will get Ms. Su and Ms. Yang to make some food." Ms. Yang always sneaks in some food whenever she is cooking. The following day, Qiao Xian went through everything she bought from the province, which included cloth, needle and thread, and some silk flowers, which she shared with Miss Fang, Miss Su, and Yang Xiaoni. Everyone was so glad to receive the presents. Qiao Xian was very curious about the 2 jars of ginseng wine. She opened them and checked them. She was startled the moment she opened them. The ginsengs were as thick as one's fingers, and the scent attacked the nose the moment she opened the lid. More importantly, one of the ginsengs even had a pair of leaves growing out of the surface. The ginseng was still alive inside. Overjoyed, Qiao Xian used chopsticks and took out the ginseng, sending it to her space. Instantly, she saw how the ginseng went into the enriched earth. The leaves expanded and it looked greener. The space became more magical and lively. There were still many things that the space needed. When it reached a certain degree, something different would happen. Not only would space become stronger, but her superpower would become stronger as well. Then the plants would flourish more and the space would become better and better. Look at those that she had put inside. They were much stronger than before, and the space became even more magical and lively. She was going to work harder. When roses bloomed, Qiao Xian and the others started to make lipsticks. They were better at making them now and were faster too. After this, they went on to pick the mushrooms and wooden ears as well. Shao Sanlang even went into the town to buy meat and ribs, so they could make food with the fresh mushrooms. They chopped the meat, stuffed it with some minced green onion, made stuffed mushrooms, fungus and yam slices, boiled peanuts. They also grilled pork ribs with mushrooms, and fried cabbage with mushrooms and scallops. Chapter 334, Sweet Osmanthus. The fresh mushrooms were thick and tender, smooth in texture and fragrant, suitable for all kinds of side dishes. Qiao Xian harvested some snow fungus as well. She saved the original to take the spore mycelium and cultivate more. If all went on like this, there would be a huge harvest of snow fungus soon. Sweet osmanthus had bloomed as well. Qiao Xian had more than 2 mu of sweet osmanthus, and she used some of her superpower to make them grow faster. Those flowers grew faster than ordinary ones, and the flowers were not very huge. Qiao Xian was thinking that she should put in some more superpower so the amount could double. When the flowers were more lively, she was going to place one clean carpet below the tree, shake the flowers and extract oil from them to make lip balms. Also, she was going to save the extra ones for using them in perfumes. The sweet osmanthus did not bloom in a large quantity in the floral field, but many people in the village had osmanthus trees planted in the open space in front of their gates, some of which were decades old, with thick branches and cloud-like crowns. People could smell the refreshing floral scent from afar. Qiao Xian decided to buy some sweet osmanthuses from those households seeing the flowers blooming there. The price was 3 yuan for half a kilo. The trees in front of the house meant auspiciousness and could provide shelter. Also, the smell would be nice in autumn. The villagers never expected that they could make money out of it. The villagers were very happy about receiving the manav. They all went to Qiao Xian when they got the news. They were all trying to be the seller. Qiao Xian truly wanted to collect as many sweet osmanthus as possible. The more essential oils were refined, the better. Osmanthus could also be used to make osmanthus candy, osmanthus cake, osmanthus pie, and osmanthus sauce. After drying, it could be used as fillings for various snacks, porridge, and various sugar waters. It could also be added to make tea or wine. The fresh sweet-scented osmanthus was washed, added to honey and stored in a sealed container. With that, they could get sweet-scented osmanthus honey. If they had lotus roots, they could even make sweet osmanthus and glutinous rice lotus roots. Sweet osmanthus was, after all, a piece of treasure. Xiao Xian assured everyone, saying that she would buy as long as they wanted to sell. Then she took Ms. Yang, Qi, and Tao Tao and visited house from house to collect the flowers. The ground was cleaned, and a clean blanket was spread around the tree. Shao Sanlang climbed up the tree and shook the branches neither lightly nor heavily. Soon, he saw golden osmanthus flowers pouring down like rain, with a fragrant scent. Then they used broomsticks to gather them and put them into the basket carefully. They collected flowers in the morning and processed them in the afternoon. They could collect more than 10 kilos from those households. 10 kilos amounted to 61. Villagers were very happy to have got this much money. Widow's son had 2 large sweet osmanthus trees in front of her house. But she did not offer to sell sweet osmanthus, nor did Xiao Xian visit her. She was such a bitch. Her mother-in-law even had fights with her, and Xiao Xian would not turn to Widow's son for this work. Widow's son could not humble herself to ask Xiao Xian. She was very jealous of her too. She was waiting for Xiao Xian to come to her, but Widow's son could not stand it when Xiao Xian did not show up. The sweet osmanthus trees outside her house were blooming in layers. There should be more than 10 kilos altogether. Chapter 335. Nope, if she did not sell them, sweet osmanthus would rot after the season passed. That would be such a waste. This money could be earned without her making much effort. It would be such a loss not to make use of the opportunity. Widow's son cursed inwardly and could not sit still any more. Eldest uncle asked Xiao Xian. Ms. Qiao, why did you skip Widow's son's sweet osmanthus? It is not good that we ignored her home, right? People might think that we are bullying a widow. Before Xiao Xian could say anything, Ms. Fong snorted. You are just overly kind-hearted. That woman always badmouths us. We don't need her flowers. Also, if she wants to sell her flowers, she can come to us. That is how everyone else did it. Xiao Xian added with a smile. Yeah, Dad. What if she refuses to sell it to us because of the argument she had with Mom last time? That would be so embarrassing for us. If she comes to me of her own accord, I would accept them. Ms. Fong said with a praising tone, look how considerate Ms. Qiao is. If she still claims that we are bullying her after refusing to come to us first, I will definitely teach her a lesson. And you too. Ms. Fong snapped at elder uncle. Stop coming up with silly ideas. What if she simply doesn't want to sell the flowers and Ms. Qiao asks for them? It would be totally embarrassing. Eldest uncle got stuck with words. He mumbled. But we are living in the same village. Then he continued no more. He had chatted with the land officer earlier today who mentioned it to him. After all, Widow's son was a woman who lived in the same village and it might not be appropriate to just skip her family. He found the words reasonable, and thus told Xiao Xian about it. He did not know whether Widow's son wanted to sell her sweet osmanthus flowers. What if that was the case? Widow's son waited for a long while but Xiao Xian did not turn up, so she got really annoyed. They are just bullying me. Wait and see. After the rain, it got cooler. The burning sensation of the sun shining on people had also disappeared. Although the sun was still bright and dazzling, the scorching temperature caused by it had obviously subsided. The sun shone brightly, but it was not scorching. Mid-autumn day will arrive soon. It was time to eat crabs. For now, all they could do was just to think about it. Crabs were in the river, but they were river crabs, thin and not meaty, most of which were just bones. Xiao Xian and Shao Xiaoqi as well as Tao Tao had caught some before, but the crabs were not to be steamed. They could only be cleaned, chopped and fried with ginger and scallions. Only a small taste of crabs could be had. There were no big crabs for sale in small places in the county town. Some wealthy families were greedy for this bite, and they all asked the housekeepers of mansions to go directly to the province to buy them. Xiao Xian believed that when the tea field was set up at the Zhang village, she was definitely going to dig one pool stretching across 2 to 3 mu. By that time, there should be all kinds of seafood, such as fish, shrimps, crabs, snails, and mussels available. Lotus root and water chestnut should also be cultivated, ready to eat at any time. It was time for them to pay back a visit to the other side of the family as Mid-Autumn Day approached. All married women, including Xiao Xian, needed to visit their natal homes on Mid-Autumn Day and Chinese New Year's Eve. Chapter 336. Ready to leave. There was no preferential treatment done in the first section of the family. Miss Fong was very generous, especially with plenty of money in her hands. She had abundant presents prepared for Miss Su and young Xiaoni. A duck, a chicken, 30 eggs, 10 goose eggs, and a bottle of honey weighing about 2 catties, all of which were taken from home. She also bought around 4 kilos of pork belly, 2 jars of wine, 5 kilograms of pastries, and 2 pieces of thick fine cloth. Miss Fong used the shared savings to buy these things. Miss Fong would not care what more they would want to buy privately with their own money. Miss Fong did the same with her own family too. Xiao Xian was an exception though. Miss Fong gave Xiao Xian 20 liang and asked her and Shao Yunduan to buy according to their own customs. After all, she did not know what the county magistrate would require. Since they treated Xiao Xian badly and did not like the local stuff, they were not going to send things from home. 20 liang was enough for them to buy whatever they needed. Xiao Xian tried to turn down the 20 liang. But Miss Fong smiled. I know you have money, but these are from shared savings, and what you need to do is to take it. Xiao Xian accepted it with a smile and spoke highly of her mother-in-law, making Miss Fong smile brightly. Miss Su was very happy. She could not help but raise her head when she thought of how much she could take to her home. This stuff should be enough, so she decided not to buy anything more except that she could offer 2 liang to her mother privately. She asked Xiao Xian for some tomatoes and watermelon seeds. Tomatoes were very tasty for wok dishes and soup. When made into a sauce, it could be stirred with noodles. Miss Su thought about taking some home for her parents to eat, so they could plant some more next year. Xiao Xian agreed generously. She picked some and together with some newly picked mushrooms and wooden ears, she gave them all to Miss Su and her mother-in-law. But for watermelons that were out of season, they could even bring some home too. They even had some tea leaves prepared as well. Xiao Xian thought of her lipsticks. She told them not to share the information with their natal families. Lipsticks were very special and had a huge potential. They would run out of stock instantly. Xiao Xian did not want this to be exposed so as to cause trouble for herself. Miss Fong and Miss Su both agreed. Miss Fong and Miss Su were very excited about visiting their own homes, but young Xiaoni was not willing to return to her house. Mom, I don't want to go back to my home. I don't want to give them anything. They would rather feed the food to the dogs. Shao Sanlang added. That is true. They bully my wife and still get good things from us. No way. Both of them were very angry. Miss Fong, when reminded of Yang Liang and his wife, felt annoyed too. The couple did not dare to cause trouble to Miss Fong after being taught the lesson last time. But for Mid-Autumn Day, which was approaching soon, Miss Fong almost forgot about how the couple had behaved last time. Miss Fong thought for a while and said, "You can do whatever you want. But remember one thing, never cause trouble to the family. We are reasonable people who always prepared presents for the daughter-in-law's families. You should not cause any rumors for us." Yang Xiaoni and Shao Sanlang exchanged a look between themselves, feeling rather unhappy. What about visiting your parents' tomb again? Chapter 337, Worshipping Young Xiaoni nodded directly. I think that's what we should do. Ms. Fong. Anyway, they could do whatever they wanted. The couple behaved badly first. Therefore, when Ms. Fong and Ms. Su headed home happily with presents in their hands, Yang Xiaoni and Shao Sanlang stepped out as well. But they went to do the worshipping of the deceased. There was a whole chicken boiled in water, and large pieces of boiled pork belly. There were cakes, wine, incense candles, paper money, and each of them was carrying a hoe to sort out the graves and remove weeds. The couple did not enter the village but went to the tombs directly. Some people witnessed the scene and went to inform Ms. Tian and Yang Liang about it. After all, what Yang Xiaoni did the previous time was shocking, and Ms. Tian, as well as Yang Liang, had been laughed at till date over it. But Yang Xiaoni managed to marry into the Shao family, which was quite a lucky thing for her. Many people were curious whether Yang Xiaoni would bring the gifts to her mother's family for the mid-autumn day. She did, but she went to the tombs instead. Ms. Tian got so furious when she heard the news. What is wrong with that damned girl? Does she think that she can look down upon us just because she has married someone rich? She needs to have her own home as the backup, otherwise she will cry to death without us. Yang Liang was very displeased too. He said impatiently, "Just drop it, it is so humiliating." Ms. Tian sneered. "Your sister is shameless. You should speak to her." Ever since Yang Xiaoni was married off, the couple had to do all kinds of housework and they were both really irritated. So they kept arguing with each other. Yang Liang could not stand Ms. Tian, and he was pissed each time. He did not dare to hit Ms. Tian because she would scratch him back. So Yang Liang left angrily with a sunken face. By the time he realized where he was going, he had reached the entrance of the village. He was startled and subconsciously headed towards his parents' tombs. Yang Xiaoni and Shao Sanlang had removed the weeds, added new soil and put on the sacrifices and candles, incense. The couple were chatting when Yang Xiaoni suddenly smiled brightly. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the couple turned to Yang Liang and got startled. Shao Sanlang subconsciously pushed Yang Xiaoni behind his back, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Yang Liang opened his mouth and was even more surprised than them. He was totally shocked. Was this girl really his sister? The original yellow, thin face had grown flesh, but it was not fat. The melon-seeded face was very pretty, the skin was white and red, the facial features were so delicate and beautiful, the apricot kernel's eyes were watery, and the black oily hair was glowing with a healthy luster. More importantly, she was full of energy and looked radiant. There was no one in the village more beautiful than her. She was wearing a goose-yellow embroidered skirt. Although it was not satin and brocade, the material was very good at first glance. The colors were bright, and the shoes on her feet were embroidered in sapphire blue. She looked extremely beautiful. Yang Liang was shocked. He suspected that he had seen the wrong person. Where was that skinny and unhealthy-looking young maiden who left home? Chapter 338, Not Recognizable. Are you Xiaoni? Shao Sanlang sneered, and rolled his eyes at Yang Liang. Of course she was. Yang Xiaoni looked at her brother, feeling as if it had been years since they last met. She felt quite empty-hearted right now. She did not hate him, nor did she like him. She just regarded him as a stranger. She could let go of what they did to her, but she could not forgive him. She was not going to love them at all. From the day when she was driven out of the family on her wedding day, she decisively cut her relationship with her brother. "Just clean up and let's leave," Yang Xiaoni said to Shao Sanlang. Shao Sanlang wanted to do the same and nodded. "Okay, let's go." Yang Liang shouted loudly at them, seeing them putting things away. "Xiaoni." Yang Xiaoni paused and turned around, looking at him calmly. "Anything else?" Yang Xiaoni's look and attitude stung Yang Liang and irritated him. She had turned arrogant. Just like what Ms. Tian said. Nothing, just wondering if you want to visit us at home? I and your sister-in-law miss you. Yang Liang's voice turned increasingly soft. He was obviously feeling guilty inwardly. Shao Sanlang snorted and rolled his eyes. Missing what? Her as your laborer? You are so greedy. Yang Liang snapped at him angrily. Shao Yinguang. What are you talking about? You are our son-in-law. Of course I am. Shao Sanlang said with a smile, I am here paying tribute to my in-laws, thanking them for giving birth to such a wonderful daughter. You. Yang Xiaoni laughed and threw a spoiled look at Shao Sanlang, looking rather sweet. Shao Sanlang chuckled and said to Yang Xiaoni, let's go home, darling. We are going to eat something good tonight. Yeah. Yang Xiaoni nodded happily. She did not look at Yang Liang again. Yang Liang was shivering as he said, tremblingly, how dare you? How dare you? Yang Liang got annoyed and went home. Ms. Tian looked behind his back and saw no one, so she sneered. I thought you went to bring them home, didn't you? Yang Liang did ask them to visit them, but they did not want to come over. So he snorted and went into the room, falling asleep. Ms. Tian cursed for a long while before she stopped. She was cursing inwardly that Yang Xiaoni should never come to her ever, otherwise she was going to punish her badly. Neither Miss Fong nor Miss Su spent the night at their mother's home. Miss Fong visited her home with her husband and children, Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao. They all returned by the evening. They were all so happy, especially Miss Su. She acted especially kindly to Qjao Xian. She must have been so happy during her visit. Miss Su was indeed delighted. She was the eldest sister at home who had to work harder than anyone else but did not get treated well by her parents. After all, they had to work hard to feed themselves under the bad circumstances. Chapter 339. Back to the Qjao family. She had younger siblings, so she needed to take care of them and had helped with housework as well. Miss Su had a younger brother and a younger sister, but the family was doing okay. Her parents favored the son but not in an extreme way. Miss Su was not incapable either. Ms. Zu's sister married someone better, so she kept showing off whenever they ran into each other at their mother's home. But this time, Miss Su was no longer demeaned. She was so happy to see how jealous her younger sister was of her. But she was not that stupid as to reveal everything to her family and her sister. Still, she was very happy inwardly. Her sister would be so jealous of her if she really learned how much money she had saved and how well she was living. The following day, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan went into the town and gave presents to Officer Qiao. Lu Yan followed along. Qiao Xian could have forced her to stay and find an excuse to counter Qiao Wei. But Qiao Xian knew her sister well. The more you tried to conceal some secret from her, the more she would pick on you. So, she brought Lu Yan with her and let her ask whatever she wanted to know. In this way, Qiao Wei would drop the intention of asking more. Remember what I told you to do? Qiao Xian threw a very calm look at Lu Yan. Lu Yan was startled and nodded nervously. I do. Don't worry, second miss, I remember everything. Lu Yan had already lost the intention of causing trouble since she had been through so much and was threatened by Qiao Xian. Also, she had become more down-to-earth than before. Second miss and the whole family treated her relatively well. Although she was stuck with all kinds of housework, they did not hit her. More importantly, the second miss was not less powerful than the elder Mississippi. If she became really angry, she could definitely ruin her. Qiao Xian added. Good. You should never reveal the secret when we are at the Qiao family. You don't have to respect me and my husband there. Act casually, purse your lips and roll your eyes whenever you want it, understand? You can just tell Qiao Wei whatever she wants to hear, and you can even mock us. Shao Yunduan almost burst into laughter. But Lu Yan could not laugh at all. She nodded constantly. Yes, yes, she was actually feeling quite nervous inside her heart. She had never expected that there would be a day when she was going to lie to Elder Mississippi. The couple went to buy presents in the town. They bought some boxes of pastries, 2 jars of wine, and 2 chickens. That fit the status of the Shao family, and it looked as if the Shao family had spent a lot of money sucking up to the Qjao family. Otherwise, how could a poor rural family afford to buy so many presents? Shao Yunduan looked at Xiao Xian and wanted to hold her hand, but stopped himself after all. We only stay for a while and will leave soon. Don't be angry no matter what they say. Xiao Xian smiled. I won't, and you should not either. Shao Yunduan nodded and they smiled at each other. They knocked at the gate of the mansion and the guards let them in. Seeing Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian holding the things in their hands whilst the maid Lu Yan was empty-handed, the guards at the gate could not help but look disdainful. Second Miss was such a failure. Even the elder Miss Cat was more precious than Second Miss, and Lu Yan was elder Miss Maid. What could Second Miss do about her anyway? The guards felt jealous. It seemed that Lu Yan must have been acting like an arrogant miss at the Shao family. Chapter 340, Not for Examination. Officer Qjao was present as well. Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan walked in and greeted them politely. Officer Qjao and his wife were not at all interested in their presence. The maids took them away the moment they accepted them. Officer Qjao nodded at them and behaved as if he had given them the biggest favor. Take a seat. Thanks, father-in-law. Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian sat down. Xiao Xian had her eyes lowered and uttered no sound. Officer Qjao frowned and looked disgusted by how Xiao Xian behaved. This was the concubine's daughter he hated the most. She was timid, weak and quiet. She was not open-minded like Wei, nor was she lovely like Ko. She was not at all interesting for anyone to hang out with. She simply wasn't pleasing to look at. But Officer Qjao had not thought about what made Xiao Xian become so. Her mother, who was alive in the past, had been bullied by his wife all the time. What could a concubine's daughter like her do to survive? After a few words, Concubine Du said with a smile, Second Miss, you are still so shy, even in front of your own family. But as I look at you, I find that you seem prettier than before. Is it because of the good living in the countryside? Xiao Ko chuckled inwardly, and threw an ironic look at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian subconsciously cringed and said nothing. She reminded herself that next time, she needed to wear makeup that made her look sad and weak, not pretty. Seeing her slightly changed look, Xiao Ko believed that she was feeling very embarrassed. Thus she became even happier and proudly raised her eyebrows. Officer Qiao said nothing as he glanced at Xiao Xian. He turned to Shao Yunduan. You are a cultivated talent, right? Shao Yunduan replied to this fact politely. Yes, father-in-law. Officer Qiao nodded and asked again. Do you plan to participate in the examination next year? For one moment, everyone turned to look at Shao Yunduan. Apart from Xiao Xian, no one, including Officer Qiao, intended to let Shao Yunduan take part in the examination or expected him to pass it. Shao Yunduan forced out the answer. Yes, Officer Qiao snorted and said nothing more. He had lost interest already. He did not think that this man would pass the examination anyway, just by looking at how unconfident he was. Madame Qiao and Concubine Du were both quite delighted seeing this. Madame Qiao smiled. If you are not that sure, you don't have to take the examination next year. It is such a waste of money for your poor family, right? You are still young, you can spend one more decade preparing and then trying it, isn't that better? You are right. Concubine Du added. You need to know that you are not only the son of the Shao family, but the old master's son-in-law. If you don't make it through, you are going to be a humiliation for our family too. I don't think you need to try it now. I heard that you need to be very well prepared to pass the examination. The chance is 1 out of 100. Honestly, you are too young to pass it. Officer Qjao looked serious as he nodded. They are right. If you are not confident, you don't have to take the examination at all. What a waste of money and also a cause of humiliation, right? Xiao Xian threw a sneaky look at Shao Yunduan, who turned to gaze at her too. He lowered his head and indicated that she need not get worried. Chapter 341, Showing Off, Parents-in-Law, Concubine Do, Your words are reasonable. I will bear them in mind. Xiao Xian found it funny that her husband had started to become sneaky. He bore those words in mind, but he did not accept the suggestion. Officer Qjao instantly lost interest in Shao Yunduan. What could a cultivated talent do? A cultivated talent might be quite admirable at the village, but for him, a cultivated talent was nothing. If Shao Yunduan was just a cultivated talent, he would likely remain this for the rest of his life. He was not going to waste any more energy on a man like him. Officer Qjao got up. You can sit here if you want to, and have some lunch. Then he left, not offering them any reason why he was leaving. Seeing this, Madame Qjao got even more happier. She chuckled at them and said, You can stay for lunch before heading back home. Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan exchanged a look and nodded. Neither of them was interested in the lunch, nor were they invited with a sincere heart, but they still decided to stay for politeness' sake, otherwise they would be pointed at by the people in the mansion. The couple had the same thought. They did not want to cause any trouble for themselves. Madame Qiao ordered the servants to take Shao Yunduan to have a seat in the hall whilst turning to Qiao Ko. Your second sister is barely home, you can take her to your room for a while. Okay, mother. Xiao Xian nodded with a smile and guided Xiao Xian to her room. The yard was not very large. Madame Qiao had a separate yard, so did Xiao Wei. But Concubine Du and Xiao Ko shared one. Xiao Ko did not like Xiao Xian, nor did she have any interest in receiving her. But as she thought about how she could show off in front of the girl, she was very willing to bring Xiao Xian over. She sized up Xiao Xian, who was dressed in an ordinary garment. She guessed that she had not worn expensive silk clothes for a long while and was not wearing any jewelry. She had not eaten any snacks or good tea for a while too, right? As she thought about this, Xiao Ko realized that it was worth the while to suck up to the lineal mother and sister. After the meeting was dismissed, Xiao Wei took Lu Yan back to her room and asked her about what she had experienced at the Shao family. Lu Yan had no choice but narrated the story according to what Xiao Xian had told her. Hearing that the Shao family shared one rotten and shabby house with just a few rooms and that Xiao Xian had to work in the field and mountains, Xiao Wei and the maids were all laughing loudly. That serves her right. Xiao Wei suddenly felt rather glad, and snorted. Xiao Ko keeps talking nonsense. I know that a fragile and weak person like Xiao Xian would achieve nothing. Anyway, you can stay here. You don't need to go to the Shao family anymore. Xiao Wei did not care about the Shao family or Xiao Xian. She could give out a maid and take her back whenever she felt like it. What could Xiao Xian do? Okay, elder miss, thank you so much. Lu Yan was startled and thanked her happily. But she somehow felt very empty-hearted. She had been looking forward to seeing this day happen the moment she arrived at the Shao family, but when the day finally came, she was not very happy but started to miss her time there. Xiao Wei did not sense that. She would never care about a maid and continue to laugh at Xiao Xian for a while longer before ordering them to get Xiao Xian and Xiao Ko over to her place. Xiao Xian was speechless when she saw Xiao Ko showing off in front of her for a long while. Chapter 342, Lipstick. Xiao Wei let out a sigh of relief when someone came to fetch her. She and Shao Yunduan had behaved well and showed no leaks, so Xiao Xian did not think that Xiao Wei would do anything to her, apart from showing off. But Xiao Ko would help, so what she needed to do was to display no expression. Sure enough, Qiao Wei was acting the same as Qiao Ko. She laughed at her and kept showing off her clothes and jewelry. Qiao Xian occasionally gave a jealous look, which was noticed by Qiao Wei, who became even prouder. But Qiao Xian had a slight change when Qiao Wei showed off the one lipstick she had bought outside. Qiao Ko had a jealous look on her face this time. Qiao Wei had got 7 liang for one lipstick was too much for Madame Qiao to give all the time. But she had one of each color, and Ms. Su, Yang Xiaoni, and Tao Tao all had one for each other too. Qiao Ko kept asking her proudly. You know what it is? Qiao Xian tried her best not to reveal her look and laugh. She cooperated. What is it? I knew you would not know about it. Qiao Ko looked even prouder. She was jealous of Qiao Wei having bought lipstick, but Madame Qiao and her father refused to buy her one. But seeing Qiao Xian not knowing what that was, she felt happy. This is called lipstick, same as lip brush, but more handy and high level. Qiao Ko said with a proud tone, it can only be bought in the province. It is sold at the Yuezheng family store, limited in quantity, very popular but not easily bought. She turned to Qiao Wei and said with a flattering look on her, you are lucky, sister, to have got one. Only someone like you can have a thing like this. Qiao Xian was quiet. Qiao Ko really knew how to suck up to her sister. But Qiao Wei was very glad. She snorted and said proudly, that is true. I heard that there are many different colors, and I want to buy one of each color. Qiao Ko added with a smile. Many people will get so jealous of you. I am sure mother will buy you as many as you want. So sad that someone can't even understand what it is. Qiao Xian. She glanced at Qiao Ko quickly with compassion. If they knew that the lipsticks were produced by her, they would get so jealous as to eat her up. Good that she had predicted this. She had kept it as a secret and was going to keep the secret for a long while. When they were done showing off, it was time to eat lunch. Madame Qiao had no interest in receiving them, and asked Concubine Du to receive them. Concubine Du did not like Qiao Xian either, and left after telling the kitchen and the servants what they should serve. Therefore, only Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan were at the table. The original host would have been annoyed and felt sad and bullied. But Qiao Xian did not care. She even consoled Shao Yunduan, who consoled her back, though he felt that she was treated so unfairly. He was really concerned about her. Chapter 343. For festival, the couple had fun during lunch. After all, it was lunch provided by the parents and they should eat it well. After lunch, the couple waved goodbye and left. Officer Qiao was nowhere to be seen, and he would not bother seeing them off, nor would anyone else. The couple loved the way it was handled, and left the Qiao family smoothly. As for Lu Yan, they had not seen her since they walked into the mansion, and Xiao Xian seemed to have forgotten about her existence. Shao Yunduan took hold of Qiao Xian's hands gently as he said in a mild yet irritated voice, I will definitely hit the high level of the examination and they would never be able to bully you ever after that. Qiao Xian smiled. They are just strangers in my eyes and their well-being has nothing to do with me. I believe that you will make it, but don't get too stressed about it. Stay calm, just calm. You could never hit the goal if you were too hasty or stressed. Shao Yunduan smiled and felt relaxed. Don't worry, I know what to do. He paused before adding. Let's go home. Qiao Xian smiled and looked at him with a pair of sparkling eyes. Okay, let's go home. Soon it was mid-autumn day and they made mooncakes as well as many delicious dishes. They killed the duck to make crispy duck, bought the lamb chops to make pan-fried lamb chops, as well as crispy roasted pork with the braised hoof and the golden brown and crispy skin. The fish and shrimp in the river were quite plump at this time. 2 days before the mid-autumn day, Qiao Xian and Shao Xiaoqi went to catch fish. They got a lot of fish, and they were lucky enough to get 2 soft-shell turtles. On the mid-autumn day, dishes such as braised eel segments, prawns in tomato sauce, boiled fish fillets, and crispy small river fish were served on the table. The whole family celebrated the day together. What Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan had not expected was that Yuezheng Shao also had some presents delivered to them. The gifts included exquisitely made mooncakes at the store in the province, 6 jars of fine liquor as well as several other snacks and pastries, fresh fruits, lotus roots and water chestnuts. Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan accepted them happily, especially lotus roots and water chestnuts, which Xiao Xian was very satisfied with. Lotus roots were delicious while making cold dishes, stewed soup, or even when they were fried. Water chestnuts could also be fried, but it was more delicious when they were steamed. The fruits at Xiao Xian's yard had ripened too. Jujubes, pears, grapes, pomegranates were the common ones, and she expected that Yuezheng Shao would not be too interested in them, so she picked 4 large bergamots. The bergamot, which grew up under the care of her superpower, were particularly stylish and beautiful. They were huge, with long and straight claws, beautiful at the first glance. The golden color simply had no flaws. The scent given out was very nice too. It held a special significance in Buddhism, prepared by madams and ladies of rich families. It was not easy to buy things like these. In addition to the bergamot, the figs were also ripe, and the branches were covered with dense fruit. Xiao Xian picked 2 full baskets and gave them to Chu Shan. There were fresh mushrooms and wooden ears as well. All of them were produced at her home, not very easy to buy. After the mid-autumn day, the days became colder. The rice was growing well and could be harvested within a month's time. They got more than 10 kilograms of honey wax from the honey in the floral field, which was enough for the lipsticks to be processed. Chapter 344. Harvest. The honey would be kept for themselves to eat, or saved as presents after selling more than 50 kilograms to Mingren Tang. The other medical herbs were growing well, but they could only be harvested every 3rd year. With Xiao Xian's superpower, they could be harvested every 2nd year. But she did not want to overdo it, otherwise it would be too unreasonable. The gastrodia dug from the mountains had already grown. After speaking with manager Qin, Xiao Xian asked Ms. Su to harvest more than 1 mu of it. The gastrodia grew very well, and they had harvested more than 500 kilograms from 1 mu. It was of great quality too. They obtained more than 2,300 liang at one go. Manager Qin got so happy and expressed that they should sell as many of these plants as possible in the future. Xiao Xian gave Ms. Fang 200 liang and 150 liang to everyone except for eldest uncle. Qi and Tao Tao got the biggest portion whilst Shao Dalang and Shao Sanlang as well as their wives received an equal amount. Everyone was very happy, and Ms. Su could not help but start to count the money she had saved in the room. Yang Xiaoni and Shao Sanlang got so excited that they talked about going into the town and buying some food to eat. But before they were done with discussion, Miss Fang took away half of the savings and saved it up. Xiao Xian counted her savings and found that she had 6,300 liang in total. Good. Xiao Xian smiled. It had indeed been a great year. The roses could still bloom 2 times. After they bloomed, they needed to be pruned again, and her superpower could be applied to let them continue to flourish in the winter with energy. What she needed to do was to wait for the coming year when big and gorgeous flowers would grow vividly. She needed to go back and work on the lipsticks. Miss Su, Yang Xiaoni, and Tao Tao were all ready to help Xiao Xian with that. They were very occupied, but it was highly motivating as well. They could earn 41 a day. They could earn a lot already, but this was another way of making money. When the first batch of lipstick was made, the flowers were trimmed, nourished with water. Also, Xiao Xian put some of her superpower in it. As a result, after 2 weeks, the last batch of the lipsticks of the year could be put into production. She calculated and realized that they could make more than 1,500 in total. In that way, she could get more than tens of thousands of liang in properties. When the first batch of lipsticks were made, the rice was ready to be harvested. Autumn harvest was a busy period and much more tiring compared to spring plowing. The most feared thing when drying the grain was the rain. But in this season, a dark cloud and a shower often came, exhausting people. Every household was praying to heaven to bestow good weather upon them. They would not feel relieved until they had the sun-dried grains put away in the storage. If it rained during the sun drying, the millet would turn black, and the accumulated millet would ferment and then germinate, which was equivalent to complete waste. During the autumn harvest, everyone was racing against time to get good weather. Therefore, even if they had money and wanted to hire someone to harvest, it was very difficult to book the laborers on time. The first section of the family was lucky to have managed to hire people, who worked for them for 2 days, and the grains were all brought in. The whole family went into the field. While Qiao Xian and Ms. Fong took care of young babies and made food at home, doing all kinds of housework, Tao Tao, Qi, and Shao Yunduan went into the field and worked hard. Chapter 345. Weather forecast. Autumn harvest differed from spring plowing. It required good timing. Taking advantage of the good weather and the bright sun, they needed to quickly harvest the mature rice and dry it in the sun, otherwise, if it rained, especially for several days in a row, it would be a complete waste. Qiao Xian was a bit sorry about not having been able to develop her abilities of forecasting the weather. By sensing the sensitive changes of plants to the weather and the amount of moisture in the air, she could predict whether there would be rain or not. Now she could only predict the weather changes half a day ahead. But that was already good enough for this time of the year. She was able to know the future weather conditions half a day in advance, and that could help everyone perfectly avoid showers and ensure that the recovered food would not be wet by the rain. When the grains were recovered, the rain came down the following afternoon. Qiao Xian hurriedly told her family more than half an hour in advance that it might rain in a while, and the rice had to be quickly gathered and covered with something, or carried to the house or under the eaves. Miss Fong was a bit skeptical, but Shao Yunduan stressed that Qiao Xian knew a bit about weather forecasts, and Miss Fong was used to trusting Qiao Xian. Thus she followed what she was told. Qiao Xian thought about the other families, and told Miss Fong asked Shao Dalong to inform the others. It was a very important thing for them to harvest since rain would ruin everything. Shao Dalong was honest, and when he passed on the message, people tended to believe him. Hearing what Shao Dalong said, the villagers looked up and saw the shining sun, laughing at him. Yunlian, you must be confused. Look at the fine weather, how can it start to rain soon? Yeah, don't joke about it at this time. What about your own home? You can't have put the rice away. Shao Dalong found the message a bit confusing too. He laughed as he scratched his head. Yeah, we have, but the weather changes a lot and we need to be very careful. When Shao Dalong was gone, everyone started to get very confused and hesitant too. Is it real? I don't think Yunlian likes joking about, but what does he know? He is kind, but he is not so capable. Yeah, let's just watch out for the weather. Soon the wind blasted, and the sunlight faded away. Someone's heart skipped a beat, and he started to put away the rice. We need to be careful about everything. Yeah, it seems that Yunlian is right. I think the weather is changing too. But isn't it a normal change? It won't rain, will it? So those who put away the rice had no problem with their crops because soon the rain poured down. Those hesitant ones did not make it, and some rice was unfortunately wet. They just hoped that the rain would not last for too long. From that time on, some families, who had been in a good relationship with the first section of the family, kept their eyes on how the first section of the family moved. They would follow suit, seeing when the first section of the family started to put away rice. Therefore, after a while, the first section of the family became the indicator of weather. Qiao Xian did not stand out to say so, and when they were asked, they all said that it was Shao Yunduan who had learned that from books, and gained some knowledge about it. Chapter 346, Teaching for Free. The villagers suddenly felt a lot of respect for him. Cultivated talent is very different from the rest of us. Yeah, that is why he is a cultivated talent. He is so smart. A cultivated talent knows everything. Due to the autumn harvest, Xiao Liulang happened to be at home on the break from the college. Hearing the rumor, he felt so jealous that he sneered. He doesn't read anything from the books, he is just trying to fool you all. The first section of the family was not helping the second and the third section of the family for the autumn harvest because they already owed them so much labor fees. The second and third section of the family got really annoyed and only eldest uncle was willing to offer help. Therefore, Xiao Liulang was even more sour about Xiao Yunduan. But what could be done anyway? The first section of the family was no longer helping them for free. If they've dared to challenge them, they would show the contract to them. They had helped with the spring plow and would not continue to help them for free. Xiao Liulang was feeling very unconvinced. He went to Xiao Yunduan and showed a fake smile. I wonder what books you have read, cousin. Can you loan the books to me? Xiao Xian was mumbling about this annoying man inside her heart when Xiao Yunduan said calmly, I am afraid not. Why? You are so stingy. Xiao Yunduan replied. I came across the book when I was in the province but I did not buy it. Xiao Liulang. He did not trust his cousin's words. But he had no evidence to prove that Xiao Yunduan was lying to him. Xiao Liulang continued in a forceful voice. Oh, but how do you forecast the weather? What is the basis for it? Can I learn that too? Before Xiao Yunduan said anything, Miss Fong got quite displeased. Liulang, you are behaving over the top. Why must he teach you for free? Xiao Xian added. Yeah, he has mastered the skill and he is not going to teach anyone for free. You can pay him to teach you. Xiao Yunduan glanced at him and said nothing more. In silence, he agreed with what Xiao Xian and Miss Fong said. Also, that made sense. He had no obligation to share his skills with others for free. Anyone who understood that would not even ask about it. Xiao Liulang snapped and said, Then I am going to remind you, cousin, that you are just fooling others. Be careful not to show your fox's tail. Miss Fong shouted. What are you talking about? Xiao Liulang stiffened and left the place in pretentious calmness. Miss Fong shouted behind his back. Don't come to our door if you are going to continue to talk nonsense. Stay away from us, as far away as possible. What kind of a man is that? Miss Fong sneered. Yunduan, just leave him alone, he is just narrow-minded and jealous. Xiao Yunduan smiled. Don't worry, mother. I don't care. Xiao Xian whispered to him. Don't stress, I won't allow you to show your fox's tail. Xiao Yunduan smiled and tilted his head, looking at her. Okay. After the autumn harvest, Xiao Xian and Tao Tao continued making lipsticks. Xiao Liulang was ready to take the examination. He would make it to a cultivated talent if he passed it. Ms. Ma and third uncle even took Xiao Liulang to kowtow to the ancestors and asked for their blessings. Chapter 347, Furious. Ms. Ma and third uncle were very confident. The reason why they were confident was that if Xiao Yunduan could make it, so could their son. Ms. Ma was quite displeased thinking that Xiao Yunduan became the cultivated talent before her son did, so she went to Miss Fong again and uttered a few sour words. Miss Fong said firmly, My son is a cultivated talent anyway. That was a fact that could not be changed. Ms. Ma was indeed furious. The result was announced soon, but Xiao Liulang and third uncle were both quite distressed after checking the result in town. Ms. Ma's heart skipped a beat, as she forced a small smile looking at their faces. Doesn't it look good? It is okay as long as you cleared the level. Xiao Liulang threw her an expressionless look, snorted and returned to his room. Oh well. Ms. Ma turned to look at third uncle. Before the third uncle was able to say anything, the eldest uncle asked concernedly. How is it? Did Liulang make it? Third uncle instantly burst into anger. Eldest brother, you are here to joke with us and poke us in the heart, right? Your son was lucky enough to make it, and he even has a wonderful wife. You don't need to show off here. What did you say? Eldest uncle was shocked. He looked unconvinced and replied. I am here because I care about Liulang. You are not showing care towards us. Third uncle said angrily, you are laughing at us. Elder uncle's eyes widened. But, do you mean to say that Liulang didn't make it? What? Ms. Ma's eyes widened as she screamed. How could that be possible? My son is so talented. How could he fail when Yindwan made it? It must be a huge mistake. Eldest uncle frowned slightly at what Ms. Ma said. But he could not complain about this. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but then he sighed in silence. Third uncle left in a hurry, saying nothing more. What else could he possibly say? Ms. Ma was still in shock, as she mumbled. That is not possible. My son failed? But he can do anything, how can he fail? Eldest uncle sighed, glanced at Ms. Ma and felt equally disturbed. He was very happy when his son Shao Yunduan made it because that was an honor for him. But he could not show off in front of the third section of the family when Shao Liulang failed, fearing to hurt them deeply. For some reason, he could not help but feel a bit guilty when Shao Yunduan made it but Shao Liulang did not. He had hoped that both Shao Yunduan and Shao Liulang could make it to a high level. But Shao Liulang failed once again. Sigh. Eldest uncle sighed, feeling distressed. No wonder his third brother snapped at him. Third sister-in-law. Eldest uncle felt that if he left without saying a thing, the situation would be even more embarrassing. So he sighed emotionally. You don't need to be distressed. Liulang is still young and he can try again next time. Don't worry, he will definitely make it. Ms. Ma glared at eldest uncle. What if he fails again? Eldest uncle was startled. What? Ms. Ma sneered. Eldest brother, don't laugh at us. I know that you are happy that your son made it, but you can't possibly stab me in my heart, right? Chapter 348, Messing Hurt and Saddened? Of course, she was saddened. Liulang was young. But Yunduan was not much older than him. He was just laughing at Liulang. Next time, but the future could never be predicted. She had decided that he was just laughing at them. The more Ms. Ma thought about this, the angrier she became. She sneered with a sunk face. Eldest brother, your family is different from the past now. Your door's threshold is high now, too high for us to cross. You can go home now. You don't have to visit us anymore, if you don't have anything else to say. Eldest uncle felt his chest hurt. Third sister-in-law, I am Liulang's uncle and I really hope that he can do well. Ms. Ma sneered and said ironically, these words are too much for us. We don't need your hope. Those were fine words, but the first section of the family never did them any good during the past half a year. Eldest brother just wanted to have a good reputation for himself without making any contributions. She was not going to allow that to happen. Eldest uncle was shocked. He felt his heart breaking. He moved his lips and said nothing more. He finally left with a sigh. The moment eldest uncle left, Ms. Niu came and smiled. Hey, did your son make it? Ms. Ma threw her a fierce look. Oh God. Ms. Niu clapped, feeling sorry. That is a pity. That was not what she actually felt in her heart. She was actually cheering happily. This was excellent. Otherwise only her family would lack a cultivated talent, and it would be bad. Seeing Ms. Ma's long face, Ms. Niu came up with an idea and smiled. Don't be sad about it, your son studies hard and he should have made it. It must have been sheer luck due to which it didn't happen. Ms. Ma glared at Ms. Niu, looking distressed. She hated to hear those words. Before she said anything, Ms. Niu winked and said, "Hey, Ms. Qiao's father is county magistrate. Maybe you can ask her for help. Perhaps she can speak with her father and help your son a little. Maybe your son passed the examination, but they made a mistake while evaluating his paper." Ms. Ma's eyes brightened. Her heart started to throb. "Yeah, my son must have passed, but they made a mistake while going through the paper. It must have been like that." Ms. Ma grabbed third uncle's arm and said, "Hey, hey." Ms. Niu pursed her lips. She felt quite glad that Ms. Ma was convinced. The first section of the family was so annoying and she should cause them some trouble. But she needed to follow along. If Miss Qiao did ask her father to help the third section of the family, then she needed to stop her. Soon, Ms. Ma and third uncle came out and Ms. Niu tagged along. "Let's go to the first section of the family." "Let's go." Hearing that Shao, Liulang and third uncle had gone home after receiving the result, Miss Fang said after a moment, "Yo, Liulang fails again." Xiao Xian laughed. "How do you know, Mom?" "Of course." Miss Fang said naturally, "They would have come to us a long time ago showing off and spreading the news across the whole village." Startled, Xiao Xian thought about it and nodded with a chuckle. "You are totally right, Mom." Chapter 349, Wasted Money. Ms. Fang sighed emotionally. "Why didn't he make it? I thought he would. He has been devoted to studies for so long and has spent so much money. What more can he do after he has failed so many times?" Miss Fang did not like them, but she never wished anything bad for them. On the contrary, she wished that they could live a happy life so that her family could be left alone. Xiao Xian smiled. "Mom, my husband is the only cultivated talent in the whole village, so I am sure that it is never easy to become one. If that was an easy task, the title would not be so valuable anymore." As for what Shao Liulang would do if he kept failing, Xiao Xian did not dwell on it. It had nothing to do with her. Miss Fang smiled as she heard her daughter-in-law. True. But soon she felt concerned. But so much money was spent on him. It is very costly to cultivate a student. They were just talking when Ms. Niu, Ms. Ma, and third uncle rushed into the house. Eldest sister-in-law. Ms. Ma looked as if she had seen a savior and the light at the end of a tunnel. She rushed towards Ms. Fang and took hold of her hand tightly. "Eldest sister-in-law, you have to help us right now. I will do anything for you if you help us." "Oh," Ms. Fang was quite shocked and pulled her hand out. "Third sister-in-law, what is going on?" Eldest sister-in-law. Third uncle sighed as they walked in and took a seat. "My son has been working very hard on his studies, right? You have witnessed, yes, our son has always been devoted to his studies and the teachers at the college speak well of him." As they were talking, eldest uncle, Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian as well as the other members of the first section of the family gathered together as well. Everyone was very curious as to what was going on. After all, Ms. Niu and Ms. Ma never liked Ms. Fang. So, what made Ms. Ma promise to do anything for them? Something big must be going on. Third uncle said, "But Liulang failed at the examination. How could that be possible?" Ms. Ma nodded constantly. "Yes, even your son made it, and our son should have made it too. I mean, our son is smart, devoted, and he couldn't have failed like this." Ms. Fang felt quite uncomfortable hearing that she was speaking ill of her son. She sneered inwardly, knowing that the couple must be up to no good. Doing anything for her? That was impossible. They would never change what their character was from within. "You are here to tell me this?" "Well, I don't know anything about it." "What is the point of telling me about it?" Eldest uncle added. "Yeah, third brother and sister-in-law, Liulang is still young and he will definitely make it in the future. Don't stress him too much." Third uncle and Ms. Ma did not like what they heard. "Yeah, your son had made it so you could say whatever you wanted. If your son had failed, you would not have said something like this. Third uncle said, elder brother, elder sister-in-law, we don't believe that Liulang really failed. We suspect that his paper has been wrongly judged. Hence, could the fifth niece-in-law just tell her father Officer Qjao to check the paper for us? We are a family, and if Liulang makes it and has a promising future, we will pay back this favor to Officer Qjao. Chapter 350, Talk with Senior People. Third uncle was worried that what had been said was not straightforward enough, so he clarified again. Of course, we won't let Officer Qjao do that for free, we will prepare enough presents to thank him. He almost said that he wanted Officer Qjao to cheat by helping add Shao Liulang's name to the list. Miss Fong and eldest uncle had not expected that third uncle and Ms. Ma would have thought about such a method. They, for a moment, had no idea what the family was talking about. Shao Yunduan's facial expressions changed and he said coldly, "Are you crazy, third uncle and third aunt?" Eldest uncle immediately reacted. "Yunduan, what are you talking about?" They were already in a bad mood since their son failed the examination and he was just adding fuel to the oil. Shao Yunduan said coldly, "Dad, have you understood what they mean? They are trying to make Officer Qjao cheat by adding Liulang's name on the list. That is crazy. If it is revealed, Liulang will never be able to attend any examination in the future, and Officer Qjao will lose his job, and he may be imprisoned too. You think this is a minor thing?" Miss Fong shouted furiously. "You are just mental, how can you even think about this?" Ms. Ma was shocked but still replied. "You don't need to frighten us, it is not that serious. I just think that the paper is erroneously judged. It is a situation where a wrong needs to be made right." Shao Yunduan responded in a clear voice. "If you really think that the paper is wrongly marked, you can send the paper to the government office and ask the authority there to do a re-examination. Officer Qjao can't make this decision. If you don't believe me, you can ask your son yourselves." Going to the government office? That was not possible. They would not be okay heading to a strange city in the province. Also, Ms. Ma did not think that it would work out favorably for them. That was not a place for people like them to be at. Hence, she still insisted. "It means that they can recheck the paper, right? That is reasonable, isn't it?" As long as Officer Qjao was willing to offer the help, they could find any kind of excuse to do so, no one would dare counter that. Also Ms. Ma was confident that her son must have been wrongly judged on the paper. Third uncle was also somehow confident. "Yes, as long as Officer Qjao can extend a hand, we can definitely make it. Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, please, this is about Shao Liulang's future, we are begging you." Shao Yunduan did not have any idea what more to say, but sneered. "You think it is very easy to recheck the paper? If it was an easy thing, every participant would do so, and the whole situation would get messy. I told you, the officer and scholars should join forces to recheck the paper. Maybe, some learned people would come forward and take a look at it as well. If there is any problem with it, then it would be Officer Qiao's fault not to have recruited the right talents and get seriously punished. If the result is the same, your son will be hit and forbidden to participate in the examination again in the future. Who told you that Officer Qjao has the right to make that call? If you don't believe me, you can go to the office and ask about it." Qiao Xian smiled. He is right. It is a huge thing if a mistake on the paper is done, and any wrong result can cause someone's death. You must be mental to have suspected the fairness of the recruitment. Ms. Ma was not convinced. You are just frightening us. Then you can go and visit the province yourself. Qiao Xian sneered. You have nothing to lose, right? Chapter 351, Not Waking Up. You can't just go to the county, you have to go to the province. Oh, if you don't believe me, you can go to the county office first and see if you return after some punishment. Eldest uncle frowned at Xiao Xian. He was very displeased by what Xiao Xian said. She sounded quite impolite. He moved his lips but said nothing eventually. Miss Fong was really furious by this point. She got up and started to drive them away. Just leave us alone, one more word and you will get out of the family. If you want to get yourself killed, do so. Don't drag us down. Shao Yinduan said, what about first asking your son what he wants? Xiao Xian could not help but add. You keep saying that your son is smart and devoted, good at studies, but did the teacher tell you all of these things personally? How could they be so confident that Liulang failed because his paper had been wrongly judged? Third uncle was startled and almost jumped after what he heard. What do you mean? I mean what I said. Xiao Xian pursed her lips, I won't believe what I don't see or hear myself. Shao Yinduan almost burst into laughter but tugged at Xiao Xian. Alright, let's just drop it. He knew pretty well whether the teacher spoke highly of Liulang, and whether Liulang was smart and devoted, as he claimed. But he was not going to tell the truth to the public since his cousin wanted to brag about his non-existent skills. After all, he would not be able to offer any evidence to the family. They might even call him jealous. But Xiao Xian was so straightforward that she said it out loud. Third uncle snapped. Don't you dare slander our son just because you are jealous of him. Xiao Xian rolled her eyes and countered. My husband is already a cultivated talent and he is going to the next level next year. What am I jealous of? Jealous of you who will never make it to a cultivated talent? You. Elder uncle's heart almost skipped a beat. Just drop it, Miss Qjao. His brother and sister-in-law were already having a bad time and Miss Qjao kept poking their wounds. They were going to end up having a fight. Xiao Xian was not afraid of eldest uncle. Instead, she said, Dad, I am just reminding third uncle and third aunt out of kindness. They can believe me if they want to. I didn't want to tell them this much nor did I have the intention of arguing with them because there is no point in arguing about this. I am not that bored, after all, to go to Minghua College and ask about this. Eldest uncle. Miss Qiao's words could always annoy him. Miss Fong laughed and nodded and said, Miss Qiao is totally right. She was not mocking them, but the third section of the family had been way over the top in their conduct and she just could not help it. Ms. Ma snapped. Why ask the teachers at college? Yinduan is here. Yinduan, just tell us if the teachers speak highly of your cousin and call him devoted and learned or not. Shao Yinduan. He really did not want to tell lies. I only focus on my own studies. I am not sure if the teachers have spoken highly of my cousin. If you want to know about it, just ask him yourself. Chapter 352, Shao Liulang's uncertainty, what do you mean? Third uncle asked him with force. He panicked for some reason. He subconsciously felt that what Xiao Xian said was right, but he just could not accept it. Feeling confused, third uncle glared at Xiao Xian and Shao Yinduan, sneering. You can just put it straightforwardly that you don't want to help us. Why do you still accuse my son? You are just jealous, and you just don't want him to become good. Just wait and see. Proverb says that rain takes turns in pouring down. You can be as proud as you want, but my son will become far more excellent than you. Ms. Ma snorted. True. Let's see whose turn it is to beg in the future. Miss Fong felt so annoyed when hearing their impolite words to her son. She snapped. Then let's see what happens. No matter what happens to my son, I will never turn to you for help. Anyways, we have never turned to you for any help ever. Third uncle got so annoyed that he ignored Miss Fong and shouted at Ms. Ma. Let's just go. Ms. Niu chuckled as she watched the whole show. Then she left with the couple of the third section of the family. Miss Fong glared at eldest uncle. Look at your brother's family, what kind of people are they? Yunduan is better than Liulang, so what? They can speak highly of their son if they want to, but why must they talk down to our Yunduan? I do hope that everyone can live a good life, but they don't wish so. They hope that we will have a hard life so we can turn to them for help. But honestly, if that day really comes, do you think that they will help you? Having said that, Ms. Fang left angrily without waiting for eldest uncle Shao. Yunduan left along with Xiao Xian. The others all dispersed into different directions as well. Eldest uncle felt his heart breaking down. He had done nothing wrong, but why did he feel that everyone else believed that he had done something wrong? What had he done wrong? He was just feeling sorry for his third brother and third sister-in-law. He was their family and he should feel sympathetic towards them, right? It was not good to laugh at them or counter them, no? When it came to the third section of the family, Ms. Ma got so annoyed that she cursed Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan. The couple knocked at Xiao Lilang's door and asked him about what happened. Both of them talked one by one and they exaggerated certain things to make the story sound reasonable. After a long while, Xiao Liulang finally understood what they were talking about. He could not help but feel moved. Yes, he was very confident about his abilities, but why did he fail again? Maybe the paper was wrongly judged after all? If the paper could be rechecked, he might make it to the next level? Seeing the expression on his face, Ms. Ma got excited and snapped. Ms. Qjao and my nephew are just liars. They keep frightening us and saying that we can't do this unless we want trouble coming to us. They just don't allow us to flourish. Shao Liulang brought himself back and his face changed. Just forget about it, the results can't be changed once they are out. Third uncle and Ms. Ma found what he said even more motivating. They could not forget about it but got increasingly driven. Forced, Shao Liulang had to spill the truth. Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian were totally right. Just forget about it, it isn't a good deal. Officers are not that easy to speak to. What if they pick on us? We are just civilians, unable to counter them. Chapter 353, Mountain in Autumn. Third uncle and Ms. Ma both fell silent. They were quite taken aback. Ms. Ma burst into tears. Then what can we do? Poor Liulang, your paper has been wrongly judged, how terrible it is. Shao Liulang also looked as if that was true. Third uncle hesitated for a moment and asked discreetly, rubbing his hands. Liulang, just tell me the truth, how are you doing in college? What knowledge have you obtained? Do teachers speak highly of you often? Shao Liulang felt quite confused, wondering what his father was talking about that he asked these questions all of a sudden. Ms. Ma could not hold a secret but said angrily, Shao Yunduan and Ms. Qjao say that you are just bragging about being spoken highly of by the teachers. The teachers couldn't have ignored you but turned to him instead, right? Shao Lilang's face changed as he said coldly, just ignore what they told you. They just wish that we are worse than them. What good things can come out of their mouths? That is true. All right, I need a break, just leave me alone. But just leave me alone. Shao Liulang pushed his parents out of the room and shut the door. He let out a breath, feeling his cheeks heat up. He managed to lie to his parents, but felt quite uncertain inwardly. Why was Shao Yunduan saying this about him? He was plain lucky to have reached where he was, and he was not in a position to accuse him of anything. Shao Liulang clenched his teeth angrily. After grains went into the granary, and the last batch of lipsticks of the year were ready, the weather became much cooler. The leaves on the mountain were also gradually changing color and falling. The color-changing trees were mixed in the evergreen green mountains and forests, which was very beautiful. Xiao Xian did a count. They had 1,536 lipsticks in total with 4 different colors by now. She decided to produce 1 batch of lip balms. It was much easier to make lip balms, but the remaining beeswax was only enough for around 1,000 pieces, according to her experience. They could not get any more beeswax in autumn because soon winter was coming and the bees were all busy preparing for the winter. They had to wait for the spring next year to make more lipsticks. For Qiao Xian and those who were good at it, lip balms were much easier to make compared to lipsticks, more handy. The four of them made 150 pieces within one day. After 3 days, they slowed down the pace. Many things started to ripen in the mountains when autumn came, and Xiao Xian was eager to pay a visit there. The grapes in her garden were also ripe. According to Shao Xiaoqi and Tao Tao, they were bigger than the original wild grapes growing on the mountain, and they were also sweeter and far more delicious. In fact, the wild grapes in the mountains were relatively small, but the ones in her garden were all big bunches. Xiao Xian was glad that her superpower helped her with all such things. Everyone didn't think it was too strange. They just assumed that the grapes grew well because they often took good care of them and fertilized them, so that they could grow better than the wild ones. In addition to the wild grapes, the dates, pomegranates, and lemons in the garden were also ripe. The persimmons were still a little bit sour, but they would soon ripen. This season was the time when the wild grapes were present the most in the mountains. Qiao Xian wanted to get some more. She was going to wash them, drain them, and mash them into large porcelain jars, to let them ferment naturally to make some wine. It was a pity that the mountain grapes were not big enough, but the core was not small, otherwise they could have tried to convert them into raisins. There were many mushrooms, which also grew in autumn. Those were picked to be dried, and they should be delicious when eaten. Chapter 354. Into mountains again. Xiao Xian had been thinking about the creeping figs and expected that they would be ripe by this point. Each fruit was slightly larger than an egg. They could pick it and bring out a pack of finely crushed seeds from inside, and dry it in the sun. When they wanted to eat the jelly, they could wash it with water and let it condense. They could break the transparent jelly in a bowl, add some sugar water, a little mint juice, and some other nuts. That was the taste she had been thinking about for a long time. When the work in the farm wasn't that heavy, Shao Dalong and Ms. Su and others waited for Qiao Xian to go into the mountain together. Shao Yunduan also wanted to take a break from his studies, so he offered to tag along. Qiao Xian got quite motivated being in the environment where she was surrounded by plants. Since it was autumn when the liveliness wasn't that strong, she was slightly slower in using her superpower. Qiao Xian decided to find some wild grapes in the first 2 days as well as other things. But birds in the woods love to eat wild grapes, so they needed to hurry up before the birds pecked the plants. Wine made with grapes could be brewed easily, so they had 3 large jars that could hold at least 100 kilograms of wild grapes. Therefore, they only needed to get around 100 kilograms of wild grapes. They were going to remove the veins, and the rotten and bad fruits. Wild grapes were plants with veins, and they kept climbing up to the top of the trees so as to get plenty of sunlight. Therefore, it was not an easy job to get the grapes. There were mountain grapes also present in low and wide places, but often the mountain grapes in low places did not grow well, and the output was very low. Shao Xiaoqi was quite familiar with the woods, and he was quite happy and energetic. There were all kinds of wild fruits in the mountains, especially in the sparsely populated and densely forested mountains. Soon, Shao Xiaoqi saw the wild grapes hanging on the top of the pine trees, as he said with a smile, "Look, the grapes are there." "Yes, there are grapes. They look delicious." "I agree." Shao Sanlang and his wife said the last 2 words. The tree was not too tall and twigs were very thick, so Shao Ziyake climbed up very easily while the others were just looking up at him. Soon Shao Xiaoqi came down and had half of the basket filled with the fruits. The fresh fruits were so beautiful and they all started to try some. They were lucky, as there were no birds visiting this grape tree, and the clusters were quite complete. Each bunch was about the size of 3 fingers and as long as a palm, and they were tangled tightly together. Each cluster was small but quite pretty. They were sharing the fruits, sweet and sour, amidst the unique freshness of the woods. Very delicious. We can take so many of them back each year. Qiao Xian loved the taste too, a bit sour and sweet, suitable for wine making. They were eating the grapes while they walked forward. Qiao Xian used her superpower and picked the place where wild grapes were abundant. Soon, they ran into a patch of land where wild grapes were growing best. There are so many of them. Yes, so many. Chapter 355, Harvest. It seems that there are many wild grapes in the mountains this year. Otherwise, how could they easily find one patch of land full of it? They all nodded in agreement. Their arrival had startled the animals who were eating the grapes. Soon, some birds took off. The trees were relatively high here, and some twigs were quite fragile. So they needed to be careful not to break them. They were all aware of this. As they were talking, they all went up onto different trees. Only Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian remained on the ground. They exchanged a look and laughed. Xiao Xian said with a smile, "We are just waiting for the food to come to us." Shao Yunduan smiled. "That is our ability too." Xiao Xian laughed. Her husband had learned to speak tricky words. But the couple were not idle. Xiao Xian just glanced about with her superpower. This plain-looking forest was actually a huge feast for the eyes of Xiao Xian. There were treasures everywhere. She could see roosters, rabbits, muntjac, and all kinds of wild birds. But she could not do anything about it. Still, she couldn't help wanting to pick all kinds of mushrooms in the forest. There were many kinds of straw mushrooms, pine mushrooms, side ears, large mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, and shiitake mushrooms. Although the quantity of each type was not large, the two of them still found quite a lot of them. By this point, they had not yet walked too far away. 1 hour later, those on the trees came down. Their baskets were filled with stuff, and they poured the grapes into 2 large baskets carefully. They had harvested at least 20 kilograms of grapes. That was a big harvest for wild-growing grapes. Seeing that Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan had got many mushrooms, they all cheered. They were going to have a lot to eat during dinner. They knew pretty well how tasty and fresh mushrooms in the mountains were. Shao Sanlang patted Qi's shoulders. "Qi, come on, you should catch at least 2 wild roosters for the mushrooms." They all laughed. The team walked forward and within an hour's time, they found grapes again. This patch wasn't as large, but they were still enough. They almost managed to fill up their baskets after this trip. So, Shao Sanlang and Yang Xiaoni went home with the grapes first. Otherwise it would be too tiring to carry them around. Shao Sanlang still reminded Shao Xiaoqi as he was about to leave. "Qi, don't forget about the roosters, or even rabbits will do." Xiao Xian laughed. Shao Xiaoqi threw a helpless look at him. "Don't worry, third brother, I am definitely going to get some." As the couple left, Xiao Xian and the rest were holding cloth bags. They stopped looking for grapes, but turned to search for mushrooms and wild animals. They had more than 30 kilograms of grapes today, and they needed to deal with them before continuing the next day. Xiao Xian could focus on finding the creeping figs at this moment. But she did not find any. Instead she found some more mushrooms whilst Shao Xiaogi got 3 roosters and 5 small birds, before they all headed home. On the way home, they got 1 muntjac. It was not that hot, especially during the night when the temperature dropped tremendously. The animals could stay fresh even when they were not processed on the same day. But they could not be put there for too long. They got down to work as soon as they came home. They needed to process the grapes overnight. They washed them, picked them off the twigs, filtered them and put them in the jars. Chapter 356, Yuezheng Xiao and Xia Jingrong. The 30 kilograms of mushrooms were sorted by Xiao, who processed them well. Some not-so-good-looking ones were picked out for dinner, and others were sun-dried. Thanks to the bright sun during the daytime, they should be put away after a few days. They almost finished the sun-dried mushrooms in spring, and what they had found today would be enough for them to make soup and hot pot in winter. They decided to eat 2 roosters and 2 birds for dinner. The remaining animals would be put in Xiao's yard. Roosters were never that big, and the amount was enough for the large family. As the 2 birds were stewed with yams, 1 rooster had the breast meat sliced, marinated and battered, then stir-fried with fresh mushrooms. The rest was cut into dices and added with only ginger, garlic and scallions for braise. A plate of stir-fried wax gourd, a bowl of dry stir-fried beans, and a wolfberry sprout soup were served during dinner. Miss Fong would not have minded to share some animals with the second and third section of the family in the past. But due to what Ms. Ma and third uncle did a while ago, and the ridiculous request they put forward as well as the annoying look of Ms. Niu, Ms. Fong was really disgusted with them. So Miss Fong was not going to share anything with them at all. Eldest uncle had not yet said a thing when Miss Fong snapped at him, so he fell silent. No one cared if he was happy about it or not. Anyways, they were already used to ignoring his feelings. He could not influence anyone around. After walking into the mountain for 3 days, they had found enough grapes. If they wanted to eat them in the future, they could bring them back in small quantities. But it was really not necessary because Xiao's garden had them, and the fruits were particularly large, even bigger than the authentic wild ones. They even got many mushrooms, some of which were fresh and some were sun-dried. They discovered a small patch of date forest, which had 7 or 8 trees, thick in trunk with a diameter of 30 centimeters. The dates were already ripe, crispy, and sweet. They paid a visit to the mountain 2 times and got all the red, ripe ones down. They carried them home to dry. These would be made into dried dates, added to the stewed soup, added to the tea, to the porridge or eaten as snacks. They could also be used to make date cakes or date paste fillings. In addition, there were other wild fruits that could not be named, which were weird in shape and different in colors. Xiao could use her superpower to determine whether the fruits were poisonous or not. Actually, those wild children growing in the mountains could always tell that as well. Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao got a few and presented them to Xiao. After taking a break for 2 days at home, they decided to go into the mountains to find the creeping figs when Yuezheng Shao and Xia Jingrong arrived there unexpectedly. Only now did Xiao and Shao Yunduan remember that they were here to hunt with them. Yuezheng Shao and Xia Jingrong were afraid of drawing the county magistrate's attention, so they changed into ordinary dresses and came with ordinary wagons, without showing anything about their real identities. The effort was totally worth the while. They spent 1 night at the hotel as they arrived at the county, and the following morning, they headed towards the village. But they again ran into Widow's son the moment they came to the village. Published at 28th of August 2023 12:40 and 54 seconds p.m. Chapter 357, Chapter 357, Widow's Son again. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 357, Widow's Son again. Chu Shan, who was sitting on the wagon, exchanged a cold look with Widow's Son, snorted and looked away. It was this woman who tried to set up his young master and young master Xia, because of which he ended up being scolded. Chu Shan disliked this woman deeply. Widow's Son had not recognized Chu Shan at the beginning. She just found him a bit familiar. But wagons were rarely seen in the village, so she suddenly remembered who they were. It's them. So they are visiting Shao Yunduan again? How can that man get to know so many rich people? Widow's Son could not help but feel curious, wondering who was in the wagon. But she knew clearly that she could not visit them, otherwise Miss Fong would blast her off. But Widow's Son was too curious to restrain herself. She could not help but wonder what on earth was going on there. So Widow's son went to Ms. Niu again. Hey, remember what I told you about the guests of the first section of the family? They are two rich young masters in the wagon. Widow's son winked. Your Miling is still unmarried, right? This is a great opportunity, and you can't miss it. If Tao Tao steals the show and becomes the wife of some rich people, your Miling will have a lot of difficulty in finding a better suitor. Ms. Niu did not want to speak with Widow's son because Shao Yunduan turned her down last time when she asked. But when she heard the last sentence, she could not help but feel motivated. So, Shao Yunduan and Ms. Fong refused to introduce the two young masters to her because they expected Tao Tao to marry one of them. That was not going to work. Ms. Niu made up her mind and pursed her lips. Just forget about it, Shao Yunduan is nothing more than a cultivated talent. How rich can his friends be? But I can have a look at them. Ms. Niu got up and started walking. Widow's son followed up, smiling. It depends on who you are comparing them to. The two men are in a wagon and they have servants. I believe that they are definitely richer than us, right? Ms. Niu snorted, and admitted that Widow's son's words made sense. She thought the same thing as Widow Sunday. Those who could befriend Shao Yunduan must be rich but not as rich as those big shots. If the two women knew how much wealth the Yuezheng family and the Xia family had, they would not think about having a marital relationship with them. Xia Jingrong and Yuezheng Shao's sudden visit surprised Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian. The family met them for the second time and was already used to their arrival. They greeted each other, and Ms. Fong put away the gifts they had with them. She asked young Xiaoni to boil water and prepare the tea whilst instructing Tao Tao to fetch the keys from Qjao Xian and pick some fresh grapes and dates from the garden to serve the guests. She had no idea about what to prepare for lunch, and decided to wait for Qjao Xian to figure it out. The two young masters looked neatly dressed and they seemed to be interested in dishes cooked by Qjao Xian, not others. Ms. Fong felt very honored that these two young masters had befriended her son, and she decided to treat them well. The tea leaf was lavender whilst the fruits were newly picked. Yuezheng Shao was very curious about everything in their family. Those ordinary-looking dates and grapes seemed quite unique in their eyes. They had a bite of each and sure enough, they tasted extremely good. Published at 28th of August 2023 12:40 and 53 seconds p.m. Chapter 358, Chapter 358, Ms. Niu's excitement if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again Chapter 358, Ms. Niu's excitement Yuezheng Shao said excitedly with a smile, the bergamots that you gave us last time grew so well that I shared two with brother Xia who gave them to his grandma. She loved it. Do you have any more of those? Please give us some more this time. Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian gave that as a gift to Yuezheng Shao during the mid-autumn day but they did not give it to Xia Jingrong. That was because her family and the Xia family were not in a very familiar relationship and a family like the Xia family would not receive presents easily. They had no idea what to give to them so they gave nothing to Xia Jingrong. Xiao Xian smiled. Yes, I have a dozen on the trees, all growing well. We will need 3 and 4 for the new year, you can take the rest away. The bergamots looked really good. Xiao Xian considered planting some more next year. Yuezheng Shao did not turn her down and smiled. Okay, I will take them. Xia Jingrong nodded with a smile to express his gratitude. They did not need to think about what to take and give. They were just exchanging gifts. Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan laughed. They appreciated friends like Yuezheng Shao and Xia Jingrong. They were just chatting, when Ms. Niu and Widow's son walked in. Ms. Niu glanced about and her eyes brightened, her heart throbbing in excitement. These two young masters were so handsome. Look at the clothes they were wearing and the wagon and the servants. Xia Jingrong and Yuezheng Shao were not into showing off. They were not exquisitely dressed for the trip to the Shao family in the village. That was why Ms. Niu believed that they were within her league, thus getting extremely excited. They looked handsome and they had money. They were just right to be her son-in-law. Yunduan and Ms. Fong were so stingy not to introduce them to her. Now that she was here, she was not going to let them stop her. "Oh, we have guests over. I have never seen you before. Where are you from, two young masters?" "Oh yes, I am Yunduan's second aunt, married to his real second uncle." Ms. Niu was glancing at Yuezheng, Xiao and Jingrong, feeling quite confused and excited at the same time. Both of them looked so nice, which one should she pick? Jingrong frowned and stayed silent. Yuezheng Xiao smiled, feeling that this so-called second aunt of Shao Yunduan seemed quite rough, yet she was part of Shao Yunduan's family. So he was about to answer her when Xiao Xian stood up. She took hold of Ms. Niu's arm and smiled. "Second aunt, you are here to speak with my mother, right? She is in the backyard, come with me." She then glanced at Widow's son, who was rolling her eyes. She asked her straightforwardly. "Aunt's son, what are you doing here?" "Visiting my mother." Widow's son smiled and said, "We are guests and we can, of course, see each other. But Miss Qjao, you are a junior in the family and you should not speak with me like this in front of guests, right?" Xiao Xian had no interest in concealing anything in front of Jingrong and Yuezheng Xiao. After all, not everything could be concealed or ignored. For example, Ms. Niu and Ms. Ma, who always tried to portray as if they were a good, united family. Yuezheng Xiao and Jingrong would not mind the truth about their family situation, since they were friends. The two of them understood clearly what Ms. Niu was like the moment she showed up. It was totally reasonable when she spoke harshly. Published at 28th of August 2023, 12:40 and 52 seconds p.m. Chapter 359. Chapter 359. Driving away. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 359. Driving away. Also, they both were from big, noble families, where they had seen infights all the time. So, they would not dislike them for no reason. Xiao Xian smiled. "You spread a rumor about our family and had a fight with my mother. I am just curious about what you are doing here at our door." Yuezheng Xiao burst into laughter. Widow's son had not expected that Xiao Xian would humiliate her in front of everybody. Her cheeks flushed in embarrassment and she got so angry that she could not utter a word. "Ms. Qiao, how dare you?" Ms. Niu glanced at Xiao Xian with an accusing look, then she smiled at Jingrong and Yuezheng Xiao. "Oh young masters, this is what my niece-in-law is like. She has no idea what she is doing. Don't get mad at her." "Oh yes, where are you from? What are your names?" Yuezheng Xiao smiled. "Miss Qiao and brother Shao are both very nice people." Jingrong nodded. "True." Ignoring Ms. Niu, Xiao Xian pulled her away when Miss Fong and Yang Xiaoni came out of the backyard, looking dumbfounded seeing the two women. Miss Fong took hold of Ms. Niu and dragged her away. Widow's son got a glare from Miss Fong and she hurried away saying that she had something else to do at home. Miss Fong grabbed Ms. Niu in the backyard, saying furiously, "Stop being so embarrassing at my house." Ms. Niu was unhappy. "Why am I embarrassing you? You just don't want us to live a better life. These two young masters look like a great match for my Miling. Stop it. Now." Miss Fong almost wanted to give her a kick. "Ms. Niu, they are Yunduan's friends and they are here to visit Yunduan. Look at your Miling, how can she be a match for them? Don't turn her into a joke so she has no reputation left. Or else don't regret your actions later. Their marriages will be determined by their families. If you want to make your daughter into either of their wife, go and recommend her in front of them directly." "You," Ms. Niu sneered, hearing Ms. Fang's harsh words. "What are you talking about? I know what you are thinking." Ms. Niu lowered her voice. "You are planning to match Tao Tao to them, right?" "What?" Miss Fong was startled, not knowing what Ms. Niu meant. When she realized what Ms. Niu was trying to say, she raised her hands and almost slapped right on her face. No one is as greedy and imaginative as you are. Ms. Niu sneered and did not believe her. Anyway, you are welcome to think what you like. Miss Fong said coldly. They are my guests, and if you dare to do anything, I will not forgive you, ever. Having said that, Miss Fong drove Ms. Niu out. Ms. Niu did not dare to walk into the room and left in anger. She was not giving up. She loved those two young masters and she needed to work hard for them. She understood clearly that it was the only chance she could have. Inside the room, Shao Yunduan smiled. Sorry for the commotion. Please forgive them for what they have done and said. Shao Yunduan did not want to tell them anything bad about Ms. Niu and the other woman. But he needed to warn them. The two women might come up with some other ideas later. Yuezheng Shao smiled. Brother Shao, don't worry. Every family has its own problems. My family affairs might be even worse than yours. Jingrong smiled. The Xia family had many internal problems too, but not that bad, since no one dared to make a scene in front of him. Published at 28th of August 2023 12:40 and 51 seconds p.m. Chapter 360. Chapter 360. New house. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 360. New house. Yuezheng Shao was sincerely treating Shao Yunduan as his real friend. Xiao Xian made lunch. She killed a duck and braised it with sauce. Then, she made a pot of sour soup with small miscellaneous fish, steamed mandarin fish, tomato eggs, stir-fried wolfberry, shredded lettuce, and beans according to the custom. Shao Yunduan ate with Jingrong and Yuezheng Shao outside, and the others were eating in the kitchen. Those from the first section of the family were quite calm compared to the last time when they met Yuezheng Shao and Jingrong. Even someone as honest as Shao Dalong came over and greeted them with a forced, embarrassed smile. Anyway, they were just very happy that the two young masters were from a good family and were willing to visit them at home and befriend his brother. In the afternoon, Yuezheng Shao mentioned hunting and he had a long conversation with Shao Xiaoqi and Shao Taotao. Yuezheng Shao got even more interested after that. They were here to go hunting in the mountains, so they decided to return the following morning. They did not show any disdainful look at the Shao family's house, but the Shao family's house was not large enough to hold 4 people and 1 coachman. Since they had a wagon, they could head back to the town quickly. It was almost 4 in the afternoon when Yuezheng Shao and Jingrong went back to the town. Ms. Niu brought her daughter to their home, claiming that she wanted to have a chit-chat with Taotao. But in fact, she was planning on something else. Miss Fong had already prepared for it. Before they could enter the yard, she drove them away, and even implicitly warned Shao Miling. She told her not to behave stupidly like her mother lest she became a laughing stock. Shao Miling left with her cheeks burning red. Ms. Niu glared at Ms. Fong and left timidly. Ms. Fong was speechless. She was telling the truth and was doing it for Shao Miling's sake. Did Ms. Niu think that everyone else was stupid? The village was too small to hold a secret. Widow's son, for example, talked a lot and she knew about this matter. It was shameless for Ms. Niu to get Shao Miling to meet the two young masters, especially under a thinly disguised excuse. If the marriage worked out well, then all was fine, otherwise who would dare to marry Shao Miling afterwards? Miss Fong knew clearly that this matter would not work. Therefore, she decided to remodify the house, especially making the gate tighter and locked properly. In the evening, Miss Fong said to the whole family, "Our house is too shabby and old, small too. She is getting married in a few years and you will all have children, so it is not big enough to hold you all. We need to build a new house." It was a major thing to build a new house and everyone got very excited, talking between themselves. Xiao Xian showed concern about it too. She could not help but look at Shao Yunduan. They exchanged a look which made Xiao Xian feel quite embarrassed. She moved her gaze away from him. Did it mean that she was not leaving Shao Yunduan, ever? She had decided not to leave a long time ago, but she had not said that out loud. Also, Shao Yunduan had not said anything to have her stay back. But the way she behaved seemed so obvious to Shao Yunduan, who felt quite delighted. Eldest uncle sighed. We do need to build 2 more rooms, but do we have any money for that? Miss Fong said, 2 more rooms? We need to demolish the whole house and build a brand new one, to live a cozier life. As for money, we have saved some. Eldest uncle. Published at 28th of August 2023, 12:40 and 51 seconds p.m. Chapter 361. Chapter 361. Speechless if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 361. Speechless. When did she save money? Why was he not aware of that? At this point, Qiao Xian chipped in to clear this up. Qiao Xian smiled. Dad, we went into the mountains a while ago, right? We found a patch of valuable medical herbs and sold them to the pharmacies in town, earning more than 50 liang, just enough for a new house. What? The eldest uncle's eyes widened as he responded in surprise. How much? More than 50 liang. Actually, Miss Fong had decided to spend 200 liang to build a grand, new house, but she cut the number as she said it out loud. Eldest uncle wasn't good at counting, so he would never know the real numbers. He was kept away from the truth not because they were afraid of the second and third section of the family. They just wanted to save unnecessary trouble so that everyone could live a happy and peaceful life. Soon the second and third section of the family would get used to them being ignored. Eldest uncle was startled. Which medical herbs are so valuable? Qiao Xian replied crisply. Gastrodia, which is required by the pharmacies, and that's why they paid us such an amount. Eldest uncle said voluntarily, so many good things in the mountains. You should describe it well so your second uncle and third uncle could also join you next time to seek it. Everyone felt silent. Okay. Qiao Xian said with a smile, Gastrodia is rarely seen and we only ran into it once. When we see it next time, we will definitely bring it for them to learn from. Eldest uncle opened his mouth, feeling that something was wrong. But he could not figure out clearly what was wrong. He nodded. Okay. Qiao Xian really looked down at eldest uncle, who considered himself the head of the family. He kept taking unnecessary burdens onto his shoulders but still ended up being looked down upon by everyone. What did he really want from his actions? Qiao Xian did not think that she would ever understand what he wanted in his life. Miss Fong said, just don't tell them right now about it. The medical herbs aren't found easily. If that was the case, they wouldn't be so valuable. If you tell them now, they may get anxious. Eldest uncle felt uncomfortable but replied with a nod. Shao Sanlang said with a smile, Mom, we are building a new house, aren't Miss Fong looked motivated? Of course. Everyone discussed how big the new house should be, how many rooms, and what kind of construction should be done. 200 liang would be plenty, but Qiao Xian thought about adding some of her savings to the building so that the wall could be higher and best materials could be used for the decoration. What was the point of being rich and not use her money for making something good? This was a major event, and naturally it would not be finalized for a while. When everyone dispersed, they were still excited. The following day, Yuezheng Shao and Jingrong arrived there early in the morning. Qiao Xian and the others all got up early too. Jingrong and Yuezheng Shao happened to be right on time for breakfast. For breakfast, there was white porridge that was thick and fragrant, as well as steamed flour rolls and steamed buns. The homemade kimchi included radish strips, cowpeas, red peppers, carrots, green lettuce which had been placed on the table. Also, there was a plate of crispy finger-sized fried fish wrapped in batter, diced radish, shiitake mushrooms, and diced chili sauce that acted as side dishes to accompany the meal. In particular, the kimchi had a special fragrance, salty and sour, refreshing and bright in color. Just looking at it made people salivate. Published at 28th of August 2023, 12:40 and 50 seconds p.m. Chapter 362. Chapter 362. Into Mountains. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 362. Into Mountains. Xia, Jingrong and Yuezheng Xiao had never seen this kind of food before. They started to drool when they smelled it. They had eaten breakfast, but when Shao Yunduan asked them to join him, they still ate half a bowl of porridge with kimchi. Yuezheng Xiao still had some lingering taste in his mouth. Your kimchi tastes really good. I am already addicted to it. Xiao Sanlang stepped forward and said emotionally, that is true. I also feel so. But my mom stops me from eating much. His ECU 1B. She glanced at her dumb son. He ate too much to suffer from indigestion, but he was now saying that he could not eat enough. He was so dumb. Yuezheng Xiao laughed. Qiao Xian said, it is very easy to make it. I can tell you how to make it, and you can ask your servants to do it for you. Making kimchi was the same as making pickles. Anyone who could make food could make it. Qiao Xian had not thought about selling it for money, so she could share the recipe easily. Tao Tao and Xiao Xian often made one huge bowl for the family's consumption. It was very easy to make, and the ingredients were easy to prepare as well. But the whole thing tasted great, and that added some fun in their food, which was wonderful. Yuezheng Xiao felt a bit shy and said, we come to your home to get a lot of things. It is very generous of you to share it all with us. Xia Jingrong said, we have some wonderful recipes for making pastries at our home too, and I can share them with you. Qiao Xian's eyes sparkled and she nodded with a smile. Okay, that would be wonderful. Yuezheng Xiao smiled. I have some too, and I am happy to share them with you. Having eaten breakfast, they wrapped 10 steamed buns and picked the tools to take along with them. Soon, they headed straight into the mountains. Xia Jingrong and Yuezheng Xiao's servants followed along. They had changed into some comfortable clothes and shoes that were easy to walk in. They wanted to go deep into the mountains for a great hunt. Shao Xiaoqi was very excited about being the guide for the gang. He wanted to show what he was capable of, hoping secretly that they could run into some large prey such as wild goats and deer. But not as large as wild boars, bears or tigers. The original ecological forest had beautiful scenery, majestic and quiet, including strange rocks. Sometimes a clear stream flowed past, and occasionally they could see waterfalls of different sizes, autumn chrysanthemums swaying, and the color-changing leaves flying with the wind. There were all kinds of red and purple wild fruits adorning the branches, a feast for the eyes. Yuezheng Xiao and Xia Jingrong had hunted before, but no one ever dared to take them into the real mountains. They only went to the foot of the mountains or a shallow cluster to have fun. It was the first time for them to be inside such deep mountains. Even the air they breathed in seemed to be rather different. They were quite amazed by this kind of landscape, and spoke highly of it. Seeing that young Master Xia and young Master Yuezheng, who were born in a noble family, were so interested in this kind of place, Shao Sanlang and Shao Xiaoqi could not help but admire them. They kept telling them about the surroundings, and they were engaged in an animated conversation with each other. Shao Xiaoqi would hunt wild roosters and rabbits when they ran into those animals. Sometimes, he would ask the two young masters to pull the arrow on the right occasion. Yuezheng Xiao did not know how to shoot. He only did that based on his own instinct and unsurprisingly, missed the target all the time. Published at 28th of August 2023, 12:40 and 49 seconds p.m. Chapter 363. Chapter 363. His skills. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 363. His skills. Xia Jingrong was quite a surprise. He managed to hit 2 wild roosters. They were shocked, but Jingrong just smiled, saying that he had learned a little bit of shooting and riding before. Shao Yunduan could not help but admire him secretly. A well-mannered man should have 6 skills, including shooting and riding. Jingrong was really good at shooting and riding after being trained by the Xia family, and he looked elegant when he did it. That was amazing. Both Chu Shan and Xia Dong were delighted. They barely had this kind of fun before, and every time one prey was shot down, they would go to fetch it as if they had hit it themselves. Yuezheng Shao was not sad even if he failed. They were just here for fun. Apart from hunting, Shao Xiaoqi and Tao Tao even picked some wild fruits to share with them, like wild grapes. They also came across a few peach trees. The red fruit was not much bigger than a duck's egg. It tasted good, crisp and sweet, with a peachy fragrance. So, they got a few ripe ones to take them home. Qiao Xian picked some mushrooms, which drew Yuezheng Shao's curiosity. Half a day passed, and there were no large animals seen, but soon after lunch, they ran into a muntjac. Xiao Zioqi's eyes sparkled. He rubbed his hands in excitement. We are lucky to run into such a large dude. Shoo, no sound, it is quite cautious. Xiao Zioqi's thick eyebrows were raised, and he looked sharp. He stopped the others from moving, but amongst the shadow of bushes and trees, he moved forward slowly. At the proper distance, he pulled the bow, aimed with one eye shut at the animal's heart, and released the arrow directly. It hit right on the animal's heart. The animal let out a scream and then collapsed. It struggled for a while and finally stopped moving. Chu Shan and Xia Dong cheered. He hit it again. The 2 servants rushed to carry the animal back. You are great, Qi. Yuezheng Shao raised his thumb at Shao Xiaoqi, complimenting him sincerely. Shao Xiaoqi scratched his head and smiled in embarrassment. It's okay, very good, not just okay. Yuezheng Shao said with a smile, especially when he was hunting the muntjac a while ago. Xiao Zioqi's whole state immediately became different. He was a bit fierce when he was serious, with that posture, that movement, that expression. Those who did not know what was going on would think that he was not hunting, but facing a fierce enemy. When he thought about how he had hunted the roosters and rabbits, he seemed to be just having fun. You can join the army. You will definitely shine there. Right, brother Xie? Jingrong nodded. Yes, Qi, you are totally professional, and if you join the army, you can stand out very easily. Who taught you all of these skills? Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian exchanged a look and their hearts sank. They did not think that it was not the right time to tell the truth, but they had no idea what else to say. Both of them were quite surprised too that Qi seemed to be an expert. But then who was Hunter Zhao, who taught him these skills? Why did he spend the rest of his life in this village? Shao Xiaoqi replied casually. It's not a big deal. An experienced hunter taught me these, but he passed away a few years ago. Published at 28th of August 2023, 12:40 and 48 seconds p.m. Chapter 364. Chapter 364. Rejection. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 364. Rejection. The hunter had instructed him to tell this version to those who asked him where he learned the skills. He was asked not to say anything more than that. Oh, what a pity. Yuezheng Shao and Jingrong did not dwell on the matter any longer when they heard that he had learned it from an experienced hunter. They even believed that they had been mistaken. They were not very professional people, and they might have been mistaken about Shao Xiaoqi. But one thing was for sure. Shao Xiaoqi would have a promising future if he joined the army. Shao Yunduan smiled. Qi is still too young to leave home. If we can support ourselves at home, our parents would not let him join the army. Yuezheng Shao smiled. Yes, that makes sense. Jingrong nodded and added. If you ever change your mind one day, you can tell me about it. The Xie family had no direct contacts in the military, but it was easy for them to help Shao Xiaoqi. Shao Yunduan thanked Xie Jingrong sincerely. "Thank you so much, brother, you are welcome." With a lot of load on their shoulders, they finally decided to head home. They ran into a patch of wild lilies, so they paused to dig some. Lilies could be first steamed and sun-dried, then dried and put away, to add to soup, porridge, and even in boiled sugar water. They could also be ground into powder and added to cakes. Fresh lilies were delicious whether they were fried or woked with beef. They looked like snowflakes of petals, extremely beautiful. After they went back home, they sorted and processed the goods. The whole family was used to this kind of work, so everything was settled quickly. They had many hunted animals at home, including 12 roosters, 6 wild rabbits as well as some other small birds. Autumn muntjac were extraordinarily plump, and so was this one. The fur was shiny, and the meat was firm and tender at first glance. It weighed about the second and third section of the family were all here to check out the spoils from the mountains, so they had to share some with them. They could not put away the meat because it would get rotten, and the villagers would not spend money in buying these animals unless it was for New Year, even though they were sold at a low price. Miss Fong gave 2 roosters and 1 rabbit to each section of the family. She even shared 5 to 3 kilograms meat of muntjac with them as well. Ms. Niu did not expect that the 2 young masters were here again. She regretted deeply inside her heart and kept complaining about Shao Sanlang and Qi. "You went hunting in the mountains? Why didn't you take your second cousin and fourth cousin as well as Miling with you? They could have contributed to your hunt." The 2 young masters would not have been to mountains before and they needed to be taken care of. She saved some of her face by avoiding saying directly that Shao Miling would have taken care of them. She was trying to flatter Yuezheng Shao and Xie Jingrong, and her eyes were rolling and glancing at them as she talked. But neither of them spoke to her. Miss Fong added. They just took a walk around in the mountains. What was the point of bringing so many people alongside? That would only lead to trouble. That is not true. The 2 young masters are from the city and they are not born like us rural people. They can't stand the pain, right? We could have taken good care of them. Ms. Niu was still staring at the 2 young masters. But neither of them turned their heads to look at her. Miss Fong got so annoyed with her embarrassing behavior that she drove her out and said, "It is getting late, second sister-in-law. How about going home to make dinner? The meat is fresh and needs to be cooked well." Published at 28th of August 2023 12:40 and 47 seconds p.m. Chapter 365. Chapter 365. The jelly made of the creeping figs. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 365. The jelly made of the creeping figs. Ms. Niu could not help but feel greedy. It was getting very late, and the 2 young masters must be leaving soon. She could not do anything with the first section of the family around, so she had to leave. But the 2 young masters did not leave. Instead, they stayed back for dinner. The freshly hunted animals should be excellent to eat. Qiao Xian used all kinds of seasonings and prepared the dinner. They had dried bamboo shoots, fresh mushrooms, and she woke them together for some plain yet delicious homemade dishes. After dinner, Yuezheng Shao and Xie Jingrong left. Qiao Xian said to them with a smile, "Remember to come for breakfast tomorrow morning. We can have steamed buns with those meat as fillings." Both of them nodded in agreement. They did come for breakfast the following morning. Qiao Xian and Ms. Su got up early to cook breakfast. The meat of 2 roosters was removed, and the remaining chicken racks were used to cook porridge. The rooster was chopped, and some chopped green onions and shiitake mushrooms were added to make the bun stuffing. The muntjac meat was minced for pies. They added some hot and sour kimchi and chili sauce, making the breakfast look delicious and appetizing. They ate breakfast and headed into the mountains again. Yuezheng Shao and Xie Jingrong loved the landscape of this place. They were not tired at all. They were heading back the following day, so they kept hunting more animals and decided to bring them back home. They were very lucky, because Qiao Xian finally found the creeping figs she was looking for. The fruits were slightly bigger than eggs, resembling steamed buns. One bush had many fruits on it. Qiao Xian pretended to look surprised. "Oh man, those are the creeping figs, really good things. Pick them and we can make jelly with them." The creeping figs were sliced open and there were many thin seeds that could be used to make jelly. This kind of seed could be preserved for a long time after drying. When they wanted to eat jelly, they could just wrap it in gauze and gently scrub it back and forth in water. Then they could add a little gypsum and it would solidify into transparent jelly. If they could add some almond powder, or Blatilla striata powder, they could get jelly with different colors. These can be used to make jelly? Shao Xiaoqi and Tao Tao were both very surprised. Qiao Xian used grass to make jelly, but did this plant work too? Qiao Xian nodded with a smile. Tao Tao cheered. "Let's pick them." Jelly was a really good thing, and they all loved it. They were so delighted hearing that they could make jelly with this and that it was preservable. Yuezheng, Shao and Jingrong had no idea what it was. "What is jelly?" Qiao Xian smiled. "A kind of snack. Let's go home early today and I can make some for you. If you like it, we can dry the creeping figs and have them delivered to you." Yuezheng Shao smiled. "Of course, that must be a good thing." They all laughed. They had more than 50 kilograms of the creeping figs, and Xiao Xian asked Shao Xiaoqi to remember this spot because they were going to return in a couple of days to chop some twigs to bring home. They would need to have some figs too. They carried the figs together, so it was not very heavy for them. Then, they continued with the hunting. However, they still failed to run into huge animals, except for a gang of wild boars. They were large in size, and had sharp teeth. They did not dare to move until the animals were gone. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.